Alright, homies. I thought today we would do something a little bit different. I've been saying for a while, I want to make a game. And you know what? I do. Hang on. I feel like we should have some sort of something going on in the background. So it's not just my voice. Let's see. Music for... yeah. This'll do. Not sure how loud that'll be, but it just keeps it from being totally silent, you know, throughout. Should be alright. We can always switch up the music, as long as it's not copyrighted. That's the key. Although I guess it doesn't matter. I don't monetize my videos anyway, so whatever. Right, anyway, let's check this is working fine. I've got a weird setup for this one. A weird setup. So if I switch to Unity, it should auto-switch the stream to Unity. It does. And if I switch to Visual Studio, it should auto-switch the stream to Visual Studio. Oh yes! I'm moving up in the world. So, making a game. I had an idea for a game. A weird idea, but it is an idea. Basically, what I'm thinking, let's pull this down a bit. What I'm thinking is a game made up of random components that all join together to make a game. I mean, I've got loads of other games that I could make, but I want to just mess about and get the hang of get back into the idea of making games. So this would be a good way to play about with mechanics, etc. So first thing we want is, now you would think the first thing you want is a character, right? Someone you can control. I don't think that's true for my idea. For my idea, basically, what I want to do is, maybe I should pull up a bit of software for doing some design, you know? Like Microsoft Paint. That's a good one. Anyway, for now, let's add... You can actually do a lot of stuff really easily in Unity. But I'm not sure how useful it'll be. So we're doing a 2D game. 2D, just to keep things simple. So we don't have to worry about 3D models, etc., which are a massive pain in the butt. Let's, for now, one thing that every game needs, I think we can all agree, is a victory condition. Or a failure condition, right? So what I want is for the game to start out being super basic, like level 1. Literally, you don't do anything. Then, at the end of that level, I want you to be able to choose like a positive and a negative that get applied to the game. And then you have to beat level 2. And then level 3, you add a positive and a negative. And so on and so on and so on. And I could have them be, it randomly generate like 3 that you can choose from or something like that. So for a positive, you might choose, I want to have a weapon. Or I want to have extra health. And for a negative, you might say, okay, we'll add an enemy. Or we'll add a time limit. You know. Stuff like that. Or for a positive, you might say, I want a power-up to appear. So, that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's kind of the gist that I'm going along. So, for that, let's get Notepad up. I'll add Notepad to my list. Let's see if I can do this. Tools. Scene switcher. I need to create this is OBS. I need to create a new scene called Notepad. I need to add window capture for Notepad. Looking good. Let's move that down a bit, just so it's more centralized. Then I need to go automatic scene switcher, and I need to choose Notepad, and I need to say, whenever I am focused on a window that is called Notepad, switch to Notepad. You guys can't see this, but don't worry, it's gonna work. Now I'm on Notepad. I can switch back to Unity. It should change back to Unity. It totally did. I can switch to Visual Studio. It should change to Visual Studio. Totally did. And then I select Notepad. It should switch to Notepad. Oh yes! We are living it up in here. Magic. Now, let's... Can I change the font in Notepad? I'd like to make it a bit bigger. And let's go with... What's a good font? There we go. Much better, I think. Yeah, brilliant. So, game idea. Start super basic. Any game should be like that. I.e., level 1, you literally do nothing. After each level, choose a positive modifier. Choose a negative modifier. Or, something I'm playing around with, choose a neutral modifier. So, e.g., add weapon, add power up, add ally, choose a negative modifier, add enemy, strengthen enemy, add obstacle, etc. Or choose a neutral modifier, which might be like, what would a neutral modifier be? Something that isn't good or bad, it just changes the game. Like, e.g., what's a good example of a neutral modifier? I feel like there will be some stuff that doesn't help you and it doesn't hinder you, it just changes it. I was thinking something like choose control scheme. Question mark? Hey General, this is Notepad. But don't worry. We have Unity and we have Visual Studio. So, we're going to make something. Hello there. We're going to make something. I want to get back into coding in my spare time. But I found, you know what I do a lot of in my spare time? Streaming. Great idea. If I want to code, but I like to stream in my spare time, let's stream some coding. Brilliant idea, right? Not sure how entertaining it will be to watch. But I figure if we make a game, you know, people can contribute ideas. And it might be quite nice. So right now, I'm trying to come up with a game idea. What I'm currently working with 0 input. Well, first of all, most important. Oh god, yeah, 2D. No models to worry about. No models / camera to worry about. 3D is a pain in the butt. It's just adding complexity. We don't want complexity. We just want to make a fun game. You know? So, what I'm thinking is a game that builds upon itself and adds a different mechanic for each level, but they're randomly generated. That's what I'm thinking. So you kind of build the game as you progress. I'm sure there's a bunch of games like that. That's kind of what I want to work on, so that we can try out a bunch of different game mechanics without having to worry about how they fit together. And then, if we find some that work, we could make a game based off those specific mechanics. But it might be quite fun for just, you know, testing out different combinations. So this will get us a nice framework for making games. If we can get a system where we can just plug and play different mechanics together, we'll be able to maybe find a combination that work. And it'll mean rapid development of new games, theoretically. You know, it's that old programming thing. You want to keep things simple and super modular so you can slot them in and out. That way, you can reuse them. Will it be mobile? I think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves with this question. But with Unity, you can build it and then you can export it for mobile, Windows, and all sorts of things. So potentially, I mean, right now I just want to get back into making games. Figuring out how to port it to mobile shouldn't be too hard. With Unity, all that is a different screen size and control system. But for now, we're not going to worry about that. But now it's all about getting into the swing of things and coming up with an idea. So I have a game that I already made in Unity, which I showed off in a stream ages ago, which was like a combination of Tetris and tower defense games, where you had to build a wall out of Tetris blocks, and then each block had powers, and enemies tried to climb the wall. Which I'd like to make again one day, but a bit too complex for what I want to do right now. I just want to get back into the swing of things. So, anyway, what is required for a game? This is what we want to worry about. Let's not worry about this stuff yet. Get off the screen. So, core elements of a game. We have, now I was going to say victory condition, but not all games have a victory condition, right? It's one that you would think, oh yeah, games have a victory condition. Not necessarily. What games actually have is a failure condition. I can't think of any game that doesn't have a failure condition. There might be one, like an infinite game, where you can't get game over. But generally speaking, every game has to have at least some sort of failure condition. It might end the game, reset the game, reset progress, a little bit, in fact, reset the game is the same as end the game. So it could either end the game or it could reset progress a little bit. You just got an idea, add accelerometer mode. See, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're getting ahead of ourselves. We're trying to make something exceedingly basic here. To get back into the swing of Unity. Like, I'm talking exceedingly basic. Like, as basic as they come. and then we'll build on it and make it more complex. So, 2 possible failure conditions. Are there any others? 2 possible results to a failure condition, rather. I don't think so. Either the game ends or it resets progress. I think that's reasonable. Actually, that's failure consequence. Failure condition would be something like time runs out, or health runs out, or objective failed. I don't like using the word failed. Add secret. Oh yeah, you definitely want secrets in a game, right? So, for now, I'm going to get rid of this objective failed. Time runs out, health runs out. They're totally reasonable. For a super basic game, right? Failure consequence, end the game, or reset progress. They're totally reasonable as well. What else does a game have? Some sort of a obstacle. No, a goal, right? It has a goal. So, your goal could be as simple as do not fail. There will not be enemies. Well, exactly. That's one of the things, right? Some games have enemies, some don't. So I want to make a game with the potential for enemies, where you can add enemies, but they're not necessarily a given. You might be able to play through the game without there being enemies. It might sound a bit convoluted right now, but it's a bit confusing. But it might make more sense once we start building it. So, your goal is do not fail. You also might want to find secrets for extra rewards, or just for the sake of finding them. I think for extra rewards, right? I like that. Sometimes people want a high score. Not a big fan of high scores, but they are part of games. To add a competitive nature. That's okay. It's okay to not know. Not knowing is all the joy, right? If you do know, then you've got nothing to think about. So that's good. I don't really know either. This is kind of brainstorming, right? I mean, I probably do know, but trying to get everything down on paper or in Notepad is a completely different thing altogether. So, for our game, we want to be able to fail. We want a consequence for failure. We want a goal. Leaderboard will be added. Ahaha, exactly, right? Leaderboard. And that'd be quite good, because then we could make a website where the leaderboard was displayed. That'd be alright. Then we could move from game development into website development. Just a simple one, but you know. Or we could display it in-game, or we could do both. Yeah, that'd be cool. Fancy text. More like meme text, right? So. You also want obstacles. Actually, that'd be after goal, right? You have a goal, and you have obstacles. So, obstacles could be enemies. They could be... They could be quite literally obstacles, like walls. Or like hazards, like spikes, lava, what else? Yeah, spikes and lava are good examples. And then you also need, this is the most important, controls, right? It's not a game if you're not controlling it. If you don't have some level of input, it's not a game, it's just a simulation. So, space in the floor. Yeah, exactly, right? Like holes. Now, arguably, they are the same as spikes and lava, but maybe they're not. Spikes could be in the wall, lava could spread, and then holes are just holes. Controls. Do you directly control a single character? Or do you control multiple characters? Or do you influence behavior of AI characters? And there might not even be a character. The actual control scheme, like whether you use WASD or whether you use the mouse, is not really relevant right now. We're talking more conceptually, like what do you control, not how do you control it. So for example, in a game like Mario, you're controlling a single character. In StarCraft, you are controlling multiple characters. In a game like... what's a good example of this? Plague Incorporated, I would say. In Plague Incorporated, is that what it's called? Plague Inc. In Plague Inc., the plague sort of does its own thing, but you tweak it, right? Character will be like a Mario or a ball. Character... well, it's a good question, isn't it? Again, right now, that's not relevant. That's a visual design question. Again, that is getting ahead of ourselves. So that's deciding what it looks like. Initially, it would always be a ball, right? And then you add the graphics afterwards. So you've got multiple potential control schemes. You've got potential for obstacles, you've got goals, you've got failure consequences, you've got failure conditions. Are there any other core elements of a game? What else does every game have? In fact, another obstacle could be previous decisions. So for that, that would be like Tetris, right? In Tetris, there are no obstacles. The only obstacle in Tetris is yourself. Have you planned it out properly? I mean, there's a little bit of RNG there, but not really. So, previous decisions are another obstacle. That's an important one. So, is there anything else we are missing? What else does every game have? Failure condition, failure consequence, goal, obstacles, controls. I think that's it, right? if we're stripping a game down to the very basics, I think that's it. So, what we can do is we can start working our way through these. Wow, you really were AFK for a little bit. So, in Tetris, going back to Tetris as an example of a really simple game, your failure condition is not your time runs out or your health runs out. It's more like meet limit, yeah, go over predefined limit, e.g. Tetris height. In fact, time is one of those as well. Time limit. Credits menu is optional, right? You could have a game without a credits menu. It's like options, an options screen. That is optional as well. You could have a game without an options screen and it would still be a game. That's what we're trying to get. What do you need in a game? Like, what if there wasn't something in a game, it wouldn't be a game, right? So if a game you couldn't fail, it wouldn't really be a game. If failing had no consequences, it wouldn't be a game. I mean, arguably it could be, but I would say that's a core element of a game. You might get the occasional game that gets rid of one of these, but they're very much the outliers, you know? They'd be doing something special. Something a bit weird. So, right. Let's... I think health runs out is a predefined limit as well, but we'll keep it separate. In fact, no, we won't. So, let's go into Unity. Let's create a very simple game object. We'll just do a 2D sprite, right? And we'll just make it be a circle. There we go. We have a circle. And let's, how do I scale this bad boy? Make him a bit bigger. Let's make him 5 by 5. Coloured. A game doesn't have to be coloured. Tell you what, just for you, let's make it be a red, no, a, let's see, it's the good guy, so let's make it be blue. Let's make a blue circle, right? That is the player. If we run our game, we have a blue circle. That's it. Totally reasonable. So, that's all it does. Brilliant. Now, Unity's quite nice. You can actually do this. You can say, I want to add 2D physics. I want it to be a rigid body. And then you can set its mass. And then, when we hit play, it'll fall. Super easy. And then, we could add... I'm going to delete all these, but, you know, just to show off how easily you can do some stuff in Unity. Let's add a square. And we will, let's see, we want to scale it using the X. It's kind of weird. Oh, no, that isn't weird. Let's make that be 5 as well. Kind of weird that they're both scale 5. Yet he is significantly larger. Don't really know why that is, but whatever. Oh, it's because he's within that one. Let's bring him out. There we go. Now he's got a scale of 25. Then, if we go back to the new sprite, who has a rigid body, we can also give him a circle collider. And we can go to this one, give it a, let's see, is there a box collider? Now when we hit play, he will land on that thing. Brilliant. And if we rotate this guy, brilliant. Super simple, right? But that's not what we're interested in right now. I just thought I'd, show off how easily you can do some stuff in Unity. When will we be done with map, character, and more? Well, that's going to be a long time coming, I'm afraid. Map is, again, optional. Yeah, exactly, it is simple physics. But the good thing about Unity is you can add simple physics really easily. So, first thing I want to do is, in our assets, I want to add a new... How do I add a script? I guess I can just add it here, right? No? How do you add a script? I think you do an empty object. And then that empty object, you add a new script, and we'll call this game state manager. In fact, yeah, game state manager, right? So this object is just going to manage, let's move it out the way. We don't really care where it is because it's going to be invisible. Let's just move it up here. And the game state manager, if we open this, did that switch properly? No. How about if I close this? There we go. Right. This is our coding section. So this, the first frame where our game runs, it will call whatever code we have in here. And then every frame, it will call whatever we have in here. So, first thing, let's go back to Notepad. We need a failure condition, failure consequence. Okay. So, let's think about this. We want to be able to tweak these conditions, right? So, what we'll do is in our game state manager, we will have a... Hang on, let's see. We need to figure out how to arrange this properly. What we want to do is we want a... Actually, let's add another object. And we're going to... So we can call this... Let's rename it to game state manager. And then this one, I'm going to rename to be called... Let's see. time expired failure state. Right. So the first thing we're going to do is have a game where we fail when that time expires. Now that might also be a success condition, right? So as well as time expiring being a failure state, it might also be a success. Like if it was like survive for 60 seconds. Or it might be beat this level in 60 seconds. So this could actually be a failure or a success state, but we'll worry about that later. Let's add... let's add a script to this guy. And we'll call this time expired failure state. Go back into Visual Studio. We can see it's appeared here. So, what does this have? It has... There will not be any JavaScript. No, it's all going to be C#.NET. Which is good, because that's my preferred language of choice. So, we want time. Let's not call it time. Let's call it... maximum. In fact, let's just call it duration, right? Duration. The amount of time. The amount of time before the state fails. Right. So at the start, we want to say... At the start, we don't really want to do anything. But then in an update, we want to do... Actually, let's add another one. Public int current time. Let's set current time equals 0. We shouldn't need to do that, but let's do it anyway. And then in the update, we want to say this dot current time plus time dot delta time. Why doesn't it like that? Because time delta time is a float. Okay. Let's make duration a float as well. Float is just... It's a number, but it allows you to have decimal places. Like, int is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Float lets you do 1.5. So, let's do that, right? Done. Now, if we go back here, we have our failure state. And we should be able to see. Is that because I made it a get set? Do I just want to do this? Aha, right. Duration, current time. Let's set duration to 5. Now, if we run the game and we keep an eye on this current time, let's not maximize on play. Let's restart that. You can see that current time is going up. So when it hits 5, we want it to say the game has ended, right? Or something to tell us you've lost. So for that, what we're going to do is we're going to, let's see, is this going to work? There will be no Unity ads. No, I don't think so. You can turn them off, right? This is just running it normally. When you actually build and run it, it does the actual... This is just like testing mode. Possibly in the final version there will be. I'm not sure. I think there might be. If you want to turn them off, you might have to get a special license or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So what I want to do, we need time expired failure state to have another method called let's say public bool is complete. Not the best name for it, but this is going to turn true if the state is active. What's your plan for the character? Hey, Calback. I don't really have a plan yet. I do not have a plan yet. So, all I have right now is the core elements of a game. And I want to make a very simple framework where we can implement the core elements of a game. And then, whilst we're going through that, hopefully we'll come up with an idea. That's kind of where I'm at. For now, I'm just trying to put together some basic functionality for a game. So, if this dot current time is greater than or equal to this dot duration, in fact that doesn't need to be an if, we can just say return so if current time is greater than duration, this is going to return true. If current time is less than duration, this is going to return false. So, brilliant. Nice and easy. Now the question is, how do we access this from elsewhere? Because what we really want is we want GameStateManager to have a list of failure states, right? Can I say list of mono behavior called failure states? If I do that, does Unity let me add this guy to this? Yes, brilliant. Okay, that's really good. So that means in GameStateManager, we can now say we can say var failed equals false. Then we can say for each var state in failure states, if state dot, oh right, that's a mono behavior. Okay, so we need to go one step ahead. What we're going to do is we're going to create a new class called public class. In fact, let me just check out mono behavior. Does it have an interface? No. Okay. Okay, we'll do an abstract class then. Not a big fan, but that's fine. Called failure state, and that is going to implement mono behavior. And then this is going to be a failure state. I sure hope this works. And all failure states will have a function called isComplete. There we go. What's this complaining about? It doesn't implement isComplete. Yeah, it does. Look, it's implemented right here. Oh, right, override. There we go. So now, if I go to GameStateManager, I can change this from a list of mono behaviors. Why the abstract on mono behavior? How do you mean? You mean on failure state? If I do that, can I then here? Yes, brilliant. I've put the abstract on there just because you'll never just have an instance of failure state. We're going to use it for polymorphism, as the cool kids would say. We're never actually going to create an instance of this class. I would rather it be an interface, like public interface iFailure state, because an interface can't be created, it just has to be implemented. But my concern is, if I do this, mono behavior iFailure state, right, then we've told it has to be a failure state, and that's fine. Let's put this in here for now. So this is what I would ideally want. But what I don't know, if I do that, is it going to let me do a list of, so it failed to, no suitable method found to override. Alright, that's not an override anymore. Right, so that's going to compile. Is it still going to let me do my list? Yeah, see, this is why... Oh, wait. Yeah. See, it's confused itself. Exactly, error. So I'm just going to go with the abstract class. It does the job. Not massively happy about it, but it does the job. Nice and easily. Will there be Lua? I don't think so. Hey Don, how's it going? Right, so we're back to our positive state, right? We have our manager. We can put these into there. Now remove this element. How do I remove this guy? Aha! Wait. I hate to do this, but maybe I could have used that interface. I think I was getting myself confused there. Let's try one more time. We'll just keep it super basic, though. List iFailure state. That's what we really want, right? We want a list of failure states. So that here we can say, for each state, if state dot is complete, it's not the best name, failed equals true, break. And then here we can say if failed, go to game over screen. Is complete. Right, that should be fine. That should be fine. Right, final test. Will this let me do this? Allegedly, it will. Alright, that doesn't need to be public. Maybe it won't. Any other errors? That's not an override. Yeah, don't worry. You get errors all the time. You just, you know, deal with them. Time expired failure state is missing the class attribute extension of native class. See, what does that mean? Well, if that's what it says. If that's what it wants, that's what it's going to get. Missing the class attribute extension made class. Well, you know what? We're going back. We're going back to what we know works. As much as I don't like using abstract classes unless I have to, I feel like I might have to. But that's fine. Our logic is still sound, right? Everything else is still fine. Will there be trigger? What does that mean? So now, if failed, let's just say debug.log, game over. And there we go. We now have... Those errors should go away, right? Uh-huh. We should get game over in 5 seconds. No, it went over the 5 seconds. We didn't get it. A lot of coding is doing this stuff, you know. It took that out of my list. Okay, get back in there. Right, let's try again. And this time we'll look at the failure state. When that hits 5, we should get a game over message down here. Uh-huh. 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 Brilliant. It's spamming it, but that's okay. That is a success. We now have a game over timer. And what's great about that is now we can add all sorts of already an hour of thinking. Yeah, you know, this stuff takes time. Especially when you haven't planned it in advance. So now we can make multiple failure states for whatever kind of failure state we want. We can add it to the game manager, and whenever any failure state is triggered, we'll get game over. For now, we're just saying game over, but it'll be easy enough to replace that with go to another screen, you know? Go to the game failed screen and then have a summary, submit your score, all that kind of good stuff. So, that's actually pretty slick. So, step 1, which was failure condition. We can now create any failure condition we want. And when that condition is met, we can go to a failure screen. So that's nice. Failure consequence is... we would decide on one of those, right? And we would put that in here. So this would be trigger failure consequence. Whatever that would be. For now, it's just log game over. Which is fine. So, what's next? Next is we could do something really simple. Like, let's make a new class called... in fact, let's make a new object called... no, I don't want it to be a sprite. Let's create a new, just empty object called player info. And we'll add a new script to that called player info. And player info, what information does the player need? Roughly speaking. Let's give him... for now, let's give him health, right? James says, check out Log4Net. Yeah, Log4Net's quite good. Log4Net is not bad at all. I have also used it for years. Use Microsoft's debug view with it for a running log window. Aha, that'd be alright. I usually just use it for logging to a text file or a database or whatever. Or both. You have fun at work, James. So, player is just going to have health. That's all we're going to worry about. And also, max health. Make a nuke. Maybe the player could be the nuke, Don. Maybe you could play as a nuke. So you got to think out the box. So the player has health and max health. So, let's set the max health to be 5. And then the first thing we want to do is health equals max health. So whenever you create the player, he should have max health. That's reasonable. Arguably, that might not be the case, like if you're having persistent health across levels, but for now, it'll do. And then that's it, right? This is just the player info. So this is just a collection, really. So then we can create another failure state. Let's put that in its own file. We can create another failure state, and we'll call it player died failure state. And for this, we're going to have a public player info called player info. And then our failure state is player info dot health is less than or equal to 0. So that was a super easy way to add if the player runs out of health, game over, right? So we go here and we create a new object. Now it's not ideal having to create all these objects for the different failure states, but maybe there's an easy way. Let's say player died failure state. We might be able to just build these up within the code, but I kind of want them as objects so that we can programmatically add them if we want. Not programmatically, that's easy. We can add them via gameplay if we want. So let's add where is it? Where's my script? I get a horrible feeling it's going to delete that. No? Awesome. Let's put this in its own file. There we go. Okay. So, player died failure state needs player died failure state as a script. And then the player info is going to be this info, right? So if you had multiple characters and all the characters had to die, you could have a list of player info and you could pass them all in. Or you could have a separate object which was like player info and that contained all the different players. But this works for us. And then in our game state manager, we want to add the player died. There we go. So now if the timer expires or the player dies, we get game over. Felix says, make Franklin. I don't know what that means, Felix. Is that some sort of a meme that I'm unaware of? So, how can we test the player died stuff? First, we would need to... Let's create a player, right? Let's just create a random player. We're just going to make it a sprite. And we'll call this player body. Oh, from GTA 5. I getcha. No. So, the player is just going to sit there, right? He's just going to sit there, and that's fine. But we're going to give him a collision. A circle collider. So he is size 1. I want to make him size 5. Did I not give him a sprite? Yeah. So we'll make him a circle. Come on. There we go. And he's size 5. I wonder what this green circle is. And his radius for his collision is going to be 4. 1, 0.5, 0.2, 0.1. Sure, that's fine. Don't really want to mess with this stuff too much. Give him an iPhone. Yeah, I don't think you really understand what we're doing here. We're just going with the basics of games. We're not going too crazy. So, this guy is a collider of 0. Make him a trigger. What does that do? Can't remember. You're confused. That's okay. You have every right to be confused. Let's add another game object called... It's just going to be empty. It's going to be called enemy info. We're going to do the same thing. So add a new script called enemy info. And enemies are going to have damage. And that's all. They're not going to have health. They're just going to have damage. Colour to ball. Well, just for you. Just for you, we'll give the ball some colour. What was it we made it last time? Blue. There you go. What type of game? We haven't decided yet. We have not decided what type of game. We're just making the capability to make a game. So we already have the ability to make failure states very easily. So that's nice. So let's create a 2D object with a sprite. This one is going to be a square. A small square. Let's make it a little bigger than that though. And we'll give that a collision, a box collider. Its collider's too big. Let's make it 0.1, 0.13. Yeah, 0.13. It's always better to have the collider inside the object than outside of it. Otherwise it looks like it floats. And then we can move him up here. We'll rename this to enemy body. You think the game name RGC, Random Game Creation? Well, exactly, right? That's what we're trying to do. That's my initial idea. A game where random elements are introduced over time that make the game more complex. And so each time you play it, there'll be different elements all working together. So you won't be playing the same game each time. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's why I'm trying to build it from the ground up. That's why I have my little notepad file of core elements of a game. So that we can make different code for all these different elements, and then we can randomly introduce them into the game at given points. So sometimes there might not be enemies. Sometimes there might not even be a player character. It'll all vary, you know? That's kind of what I'm thinking, but we'll see. We'll see how it evolves. I'm not too set in my ideas. So, enemy body. Wait, player body. Okay. Player info is... Should player info take player body? I think it should, right? So the body is part of the player's info. So... Public... Let's see, it's a... What kind of class is it? Let's just say mono behavior for now. Should we? How? Can I easily see what type this is? I know every item is like a game object, right? You can do this dot game object. What type is that? Game object. Okay. Public game object player body. Do I love Star Wars? No, not really. Find it a bit boring, to be honest. Cool. So now, the player info. Now, I'm not 100% sure this is how we want to do it, but it's how we're going to do it for now. So now the player info can access the player body, which is potentially useful. And then we want the same for enemy info. There we go. Not sure what we'll use that for, but we might as well give it to them. I guess we could use it to change the color, right? Like when we get damaged. So can I do player body dot... Is there any way for me to... find out when it's collided? I can get component. What was it called? Circle collider 2D. Is it gonna like that? Yeah. So what can I do with this collider? Does it have any events that I can get? Like when it hits? Is trigger... Is touching... Get a list of all colliders that overlap this collider. That's quite nice. Okay, let's just do that then. Do you know Roblox? Vaguely. I think I saw a PewDiePie video about Roblox once. Can't say that I massively know about it. Do the enemy shoot? Well, that's one of the things that will be tweakable, right? We're going to design it in such a way that the enemies might shoot, but they might not, depending on how the game progresses. For now, let's say, yes, the enemies shoot, because we're going to design that functionality regardless. So let's, in the update for the player, this is 100% not the best way to do this, but it's going to work for our purposes. Let's say collisions equals, actually no, collider dot sub to PewDiePie meme. Yeah, that's the one. Get contacts. Retrieves all contact points for this collider. I don't really care about that. What I care about is... where was it? Overlap collider, right? Yeah. What do we have to pass into that? A filter and then an array of the results. Interesting. How does that work? Oh, nice. We can get a list of the results. Okay. So, let's say list. What is it? Just collider 2D. Collisions equals new list, collider 2D. I need to pass in an empty list, and it's going to populate that for us. And then we need to pass in a contact filter 2D. What the hell is a contact filter 2D? Let's have a look. It's a struct. Okay. Filter equals new contact filter 2D. Let you make a meme. You can make whatever you like, my man. Nobody's stopping you. Filter dots. Can I say type? Sets to filter contact results based on trigger collider involvement. Nah, let's not do that. Let's just pass in an empty filter. It's probably not the best way to do this, but I can't be bothered to research triggers, etc. So this will do. Var result equals, okay, and then if collisions dot any. Can I not do any? Should be able to do any. Yeah. If there are any collisions, this dot health minus equals actually, let's say for each call in collisions, call dots okay. That lets us get all of our collisions. You have a Star Wars joke. Well, I mean, you can say it. Nobody's stopping you. There's nobody stopping you from making your Star Wars joke. Let's have a look. Do 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 do. That's funny. Let's see. Ah ha 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 ha. I think I understand. I was just Googling some things. A lot of coding comes down to Google. I'm going to switch these around. Player info is taking a player body. I think instead of that, I want player info to be a player body. Sure. Sure. Max health 5. Right. I want this to be a trigger, right? And then inside here, I should be able to say on. How do I get on collision enter? This dot game object dot get component collision 2D. And then can I go col dot no wait, it's not collision 2D, it's collider 2D. What do you call a stormtrooper with diarrhea? A storm pooper. Well, I guess that is a joke. Right, how do I... There should be an event, right? There should be an event that will get triggered when this collides with something. Let's do a little bit of Googling. Unity Collider 2D event. When an incoming collider makes contact. Da 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 da. Okay. So do I just need to do this? Void. The Unity documentation is actually pretty nice. On collision enter 2D. Collision 2D. Collision. And then let's say debug log I collided. Yeah. So now the enemy has a collider, the player has a collider. If I give the enemy a rigid body, and when the game starts, that should fall into that, and we should get something here saying, I had a collision. Let's see if that's true. Right? That should have been true. He falls down, he hits that. We don't get anything. When will we end with the script? Can we start the game? We have started the game. You just want to see the result. Well, you better wait then. I'm sure you guys might believe that you can make a game in 10 minutes and that you'll have something cool looking. And granted, you could definitely make something that looked like a game in 10 minutes. But I'm trying to do things right. And all I can say is that is going to take forever. So a bit of patience is required. Unfortunately, it just cannot be helped. Just gets 45, 60 seconds to see the message on stream. No, it doesn't. I think it takes like 10. We've done tests in the past. I believe it takes like 10 seconds. So what does isTrigger do? I feel like isTrigger is going to be relevant. A trigger doesn't register a collision. Instead, it sends on trigger enter, on trigger exit, on trigger stay. Ahaha. Okay, so we don't want to be a trigger. That's the problem. So, where was it? Here. So it's not a trigger. Now it should work. And it should bounce off this. Which is going to look a little bit weird. Boing. Collided. Yes, we have success. So, it falls, it hits, and it tells us it collided. Brilliant. See, we're getting towards the game. Slowly but surely, we are getting there. So instead of saying I collided, what we really want to do is we want to get the guy we collided with. Let's call that the collider. Right? Then we want to... I guess the first thing we want to do actually is... we want to say... Actually, I'm going to switch the enemies around as well. I changed the player so that the... I think I can just delete this guy, right? Let's add enemy info to this guy. He's going to do 3 damage. Will it rotate? Will what rotate? So now we can get rid of this. We're cleaning things up. Yeah, that works well. And then we can get rid of this. You'll play your guitar while watching the stream. There you go. See, that's the key, right? Find something to do while I'm doing the boring parts. And check in every once in a while. Whenever you hear me go, ooh, or aha, it's working, you know? Like, when I decided to stream making a game, I was fully aware that most people will get bored very, very, very quickly. But, you know, that's on them. I still wanted to do it. So... what we want to do is we want to say collider.get, can I do get component? And then it should have an enemy info component, right? This is going to be super rough and hacky, but all enemies should have an enemy info. One thing we want to do actually is on the start we want to say this dot game object dot tag, and we want to give this a tag enemy, right? Then when we come here we can say if collider dot tag does not equal enemy, do nothing. Like that. So we only want to try and get the enemy info if we know it's an enemy. Then we have the enemy info, and we can say this dot health minus equals enemy info dot damage. Brilliant. So now when it collides, it's going to deal however much damage the enemy has to our health. Very nice. So, one thing I would like to do for now is... Actually, let's just set the timer expired to 2 minutes, right? Just so that it doesn't expire nice and early. Then we still have our player died failure state. So now, if we look at the player, we can see his health. I'm going to move this guy further up, just so that we've got time to investigate this before it begins. Actually, I think I can just pause, right? And then play. What's this complaining about? Player info isn't set. Okay, that's fine. But player info is set, right? Tag enemy is not defined. What? Do I have to create a series of tags? Is that what's going on here? Okay. Enemy. There we go. I should get rid of that one. How much will character have HP and how much enemy will damage character? Well, that's why we're setting it up, right? We're setting it up so that we can tweak that whenever we want. If I do this again, it should get rid of that error. Ahaha! We still have this error, which is complaining about player info in the player died. Ah, okay. So the player died failure state. I never told it who the player was. That's what it's complaining about. There we go. So, game has started. If we look at the player, we can see he's got 5 health, right? Now when this falls and hits him, that should go down to 2. Hope this works. There we go. 2 health. Brilliant. We'll need to make a UI for that if we want to keep this. But for now, we have our enemy doing damage to the player when it hits him. Not too shabby. So, that means if we want to kill him, we need 2 enemies, right? Two enemies. So now when we play, the first one should take him down to 2, the next one should kill him. Let's see if that works. And then we should get our game over message because our failure states are all set up. There we go. Down to -1 health, and we got game over. Brilliant! Not a bad start. Felix said, wow, cool. I'm not sure if that's sarcasm, but it is pretty cool. And if it's not sarcasm, then I agree. Make lots of enemies. Well, we're getting ahead of ourselves there. We could just say... We could just duplicate this guy over and over again, you know? We could just put enemies all over the place. But what's the point? What do we gain out of doing so? We could just create a ton of enemies. What's the point in doing that? What we need is... we need to create another object that will spawn enemies. And then we probably want to get rid of the physics, maybe? And make them actually chase the player instead of being physics-based, because currently they're just falling. Add a floor with holes. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Would the player have to stay on the floor? Is he going to get hailed on by enemies? I'm not sure, Cowback. I was just, here's the thing. I was just doing this to test and verify that our health system was working, right? And the easiest way was, I didn't want to create controls for the enemies or the player, so the easiest way was give the enemies gravity, drop them on the player. But it's not a bad idea, is it? Have it raining enemies. Like it's acid rain or something. Maybe that could be the game. Maybe if instead of being enemies, they were actual raindrops, and it was a guy who was trying to get home without getting wet. There's a problem that everyone can relate to, right? Everyone can relate to. They need to go out in the rain, but they don't want to get wet. There you go, game idea. Boom, done. Now, that's probably not what we're making, but just from this basic implementation, we absolutely could make that game. You know? And we've got it done in a nice programmatic way where we can add different stuff. So, I guess now we want to make it so that the enemies can have different abilities, right? So we might want the enemies to be able to shoot. We might want them to be able to chase the player. We might want them to... What else might we want them to do? We might want them to be killable. So currently the enemies can't be killed. We might want to make them killable. So make the enemies have health as well. You want the enemies to be red. You know what? Just for you. Let me just get rid of these three. We're going back to one enemy now that we know dying works. Just for you, the enemies can be red. Oh yes. We are doing some next-gen gaming right here. So, what do we want next? I think what we want next is, I would like to make it so that this enemy doesn't fall anymore. I would like to remove his rigid body. Make a stick so the player can kill the enemy. First, I would like to add the ability for the enemies to shoot the player. I think that's reasonable, right? Have it so the enemies can shoot the player. The player still can't move, but that's fine. We're not worried about that right now. Then we'll worry about making the player able to shoot the enemies, because that's going to be a little bit more complicated. Because then we need to add controls for the player. So we'll start with the simple stuff, and that will be that an enemy can shoot a player. Now the way that's going to work is the bullets are also going to be an enemy. If you think about that, there's all sorts of things we can do with that. So we can have an enemy shooting other enemies. So you could have it so that an enemy can shoot bullets that home in on the player. And for that, you could have, like, you know, an enemy shooting bees or whatever. No, we don't need a floor yet. A floor is actually something that we don't need for a while. I've just got rid of the gravity, so we don't need to worry about the floor just yet. So, for that, we want to... Currently, our enemy info is just damage, right? That's not enough. We need to complicate our enemy somewhat. So what I would like to do is make the enemy shoot rock. Change the colour of the enemies based on what they do. Yeah, exactly, right? So I want to make this kind of procedural so that the game can randomly generate enemies with different combinations of abilities. So and I'd also like it so that the player can have the same abilities that the enemy can have. So what we really need is a new class called let's make it an abstract class called ability. Right? And an ability is always going to have some sort of effect. So we're going to say activate. So every ability you will activate. When you activate an ability might change, but you will definitely activate an ability. And an ability will activate on something, right? You will need a target. So, I think what we need to do, we've got the player and we've got the enemy, right? If I bring both of these up at once. We've got the player, we've got the enemy. Just ignore this ability for now. These are actually going to be pretty common because we want the enemies to have health as well, and we want the player to have damage. So actually, we want... Let's get rid of ability for now. There's common functionality here. So we want public class character. Right? So a character has health, max health, and damage. That's all they've got so far. We'll probably add other stuff like move speed, etc. But for now, they all have that. We know that for sure. And so enemy... In fact, I'm just going to change that to enemy. An enemy is a character. And it doesn't need damage anymore. See how we're simplifying things? And then the player is also a character. And he doesn't need these. He still needs his collision stuff, but we might actually take that out as well. We might take the collision stuff out and put that somewhere else. Collision might be part of an ability. Let's move this to its own file, just to tidy things up. Let's get rid of all this stuff we're not using. Called when the player contacts something. So I'm gonna make the player have a tag as well. This game object dot tag equals player. And then I need to add a new tag, right? Add tag player. Now I could create the tags, I could tag them here, but I prefer to do it in the code. That way we can create new enemies and it'll automatically tag them as enemies, and we can create new players and it'll automatically tag them as players without having to do weird duplication stuff. So, that's quite nice. So an enemy and a player, the only difference between an enemy and a player now is the tag and the fact that the player collides. Now what we could do is they've both got health, right? We could say how would we do this? Public list string. Actually, I'm going to put this under character. Where's character? A list of strings, which is hurt by. Now this will make sense in a sec. And then if we go back to player and we take this collide function and we put it in character instead. And we say if hurt by, actually I've already got the if hurt by any, no, contains collider.tag, right? So now we can say if we, so he's a player, he's an enemy, we can say this dot hurt by add enemy, and then here we can say this dot hurt by player dot add. So now whenever they collide they will hurt each other. So we also want to say enemy info dot health minus equals this dot damage. So when an enemy hits us, it hurts us, but we hurt it as well. That way we should be able to get some pretty cool stuff going on. And I think that's fair, right? So we then want to say in the update for an enemy, we want to say if this dot health is less than 0, this dot, how do we delete it? How do we delete an object? We have to do it to the game object. No, how do we delete an object? Unity delete object. No, I don't think you're talking too much. I don't think that's possible. Aha! Object.destroy. So we want to do this dot... Hey, where's my destroy? Oh, okay, you literally just call destroy. So you would say destroy this. Bye, Felix. So now we can say our enemy has right, we changed that to just enemy, right? Yeah. Alright, I need to rename the file. And I did the same for player, no? There we go. Then I need to change that to player. And change that to enemy. Right, so an enemy is going to have 1 max health and do 3 damage. And the player is going to have 5 max health and do 1 damage. Now, when we run this, he should fall down, damage this, but then he should die. Is he going to? Alright, I turned off gravity. I forgot. Okay, you can have your gravity back. No. Rigid 2D. There we go. Come on. He did not die. Do I have to do destroy this dot game object? Hurry up and die! No. What am I missing? What am I missing? You did the move to Windows 10 yesterday. Wow, you held out a long time. Oh, I'm a fool. I didn't change this to if it doesn't contain it. Yeah, it was never going to trigger. Okay, now it'll work. So the enemy should die, and we should be at 4 health. Uh-huh. Why are we at -3? Oh, I see. The character... I need to add a start to the character. Saying, this dot health equals this dot max health. Now, I'm not sure if it's going to run both of those starts. So instead, I'm going to say protected virtual void on start, and that's going to be empty. And then these guys, instead of having that, they'll have override void on start, right? Protected override on start. There we go. And then in the character, this is good because it's abstracting this mono behavior start method away. We can say on start. Enemy disappear. Yeah. Exactly. So we might want to add some nice effect when the enemy disappears eventually. Why did he not die that time? Let's keep an eye on him. He has 1 health. His max health is 1. He now has 0 health. But we got an error. Why did we get an error? Object not set to an object. Line 34. Why though? Has it removed something? Worked for the player. Why didn't it work for the enemy? They're both essentially the same thing, right? Ah, ha 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 ha. Okay, I understand. Yeah, that's not good. Get component. Character. Character info. That should do it, I think. It's because when the enemy hit the player, the enemy was trying to get an enemy object, but it should be getting a player object. Hopefully that works. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. So now, I say perfect, he's still got -1. Oh, I know why that is, okay. That's because we're doubling it up. Yeah, okay. We want to get rid of that, because they're going to do it to each other. This is going to be the one. Wait, what? Now why is he not dying? Let's add some debugging. Debug log I plus this dot tag just got hit by plus collider dot tag. Right, let's see what happens. Debugging is the key. Now we should get a nice message telling us what happened. Enemy just got hit by a player. Player just got hit by enemy. So, why? That means both of these got entered. Why did the enemy not die? I did give the player damage, right? Yeah, he does 1. And he's down to 0 health. So, that means... Oh, that's why. Okay. See, it's just silly mistakes like this. They're often the case in coding. I said if it's less than 0. I need to say if it's less than or equal to 0. It was hitting 0, which should kill it, but it was only checking if it was less than 0. There we go. We got there in the end. So he died. And we've still got 2 health left. Brilliant. Whew, that was an ordeal, but we got there in the end. And now, we have a nice character class that we can use for any kind of character. We might end up moving this collision stuff out later, but for now, that's totally fine. We might turn that into an ability, like damage on hit ability. That'd be alright. In fact, that's not a bad idea. So, where were we? We were creating a new class called ability. And I'm going to make that a mono behavior just because. And let's think about this. The first ability should actually be that collision one. That makes sense, right? Let's ignore the abstract for now. Let's make an ability. Public class. Let's call it damage on hit ability. So with this ability, you can damage someone when you touch them. And the ability would have, we would move the, instead of having hurt by, we would say public list string. I don't know if this would be public, but let's just do it for now. We can tidy it up later. Targets. Right? So if you are damaging someone when you hit them, you need to know what kind of people you're damaging. And you want a... let's see. I guess you want to trigger. We need to think about this a bit because let's say you have an activate ability. In that, you need to essentially do what we're doing here, right? So you need to, we need to say public character myself. So that in here we can say this dot myself, and we can get the damage. How much damage we're supposed to do. Now arguably we might want damage to be inside the ability itself so that you do different damage when you touch an enemy as opposed to when you shoot an enemy. But I think we want a reference to ourselves anyway. So let's say we take a game object target, and then we say collider equals target. No, yeah. Then we say if targets contains or does not contain the target tag, just return. So if you collided with something, but it's not one of your targets, just don't worry about it. Otherwise, you've got a funny thinking emoji.gif. Can you send the link of the GIF? I won't click on it, but you can do if you want. Target.tag. And then we want this dot myself dot tag. And then we want target dot character. Oh, wait, we want to damage the enemy, right? So we want character info dot health minus equals this dot myself dot damage. We might move the damage into the ability itself, but for now that's pretty good. And this is nice because it's letting us build up a series of abilities, theoretically. So even though right now we're making a very specific type of game, we will get a bunch of these and then we'll be able to use them to create my overall goal, is the hope. So there we go. Then we need to say, I actually want public class on hit ability. We'll make that the mono behavior. And we'll make this be an on hit ability. We'll make this abstract. And we're going to take... Are we actually using the target? Yeah, we're using it for the tag. And then we're getting the character. Okay. I wonder if we can just get away with the character. Probably. No, let's send the game object for now. Keep it simple. So we have an on-hit ability. We have one of them, which is a damage on hit. See, then we might want... This would be really easy for doing healing items, right? Because you could have a heal on hit ability, and your target could be like a health power-up, which would be another type of character. And then you could make it so that you could have allies who go around the map and they fire health potions at you. You could do stuff like that. So that's why making modular stuff like this is going to make it so that we can make a really weird random game where stuff like that can happen. Where you could have enemies who fire bullets at you, but if you touch them, you get your health back. So you could have like healing potions that try and attack you. So you could do all sorts of stuff. So we can have on hit abilities, we can have on death abilities. Let's add GUI. Not yet, not yet. We're close to adding the GUI. Because we do have health now, so we could add health. Already 2 hours. Yeah, but think about what we've accomplished in those 2 hours, right? We've got the ability to say when the player has died. We've got the ability to make characters. We've got the ability to give those characters abilities. It's actually not bad for 2 hours if you think about it. Especially considering we started from scratch. So we have on-hit abilities, and they have... I think we might add some GUI soon, but the GUI is going to be another interesting one. Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. Activate game object. Target. And this needs to be an override. So now we have on-hit abilities, right? Here, we can have, instead of having hurt by, we can say, we have a list of on-hit ability called on-hit abilities. Not the most unique of names, but definitely accurate. And then we can say, when we collide, we get the collider, and we just say, for each on-hit for each ability in on-hit abilities, ability dot activate, and we pass in the collider. Brilliant. So now, as well as damage on hit, for this, we don't need to worry about that. Sort of. So instead of that, we would... Okay, let's get up player. We don't need that. See how we're simplifying our enemy and our player? That's really what we're after. But without overcomplicating the other stuff as well. So here we would actually say this dot on hit abilities add new, what's it called? Damage on hit ability. Yeah. And damage on hit ability has a list of targets, so we can say public damage on hit ability, and it will take a list of targets. And then we say targets new list of string, and then we say for each target in targets this dot targets add target. Might not be the cleanest, but it'll do the job. So now we can say enemy is damaged by player. And then we can say player is damaged by enemy. And now theoretically, right, we've pulled all this out. We move that to its own file. We move that to its own file. Everything's nice and tidy now. Theoretically, this should behave exactly the same as it did before. I really hope it does. Well, shoot. Okay, that actually didn't do anything. Why is that? Because we got an error? What error did we get? What have I missed? Wait, did I just crash Unity? No, we're fine. The error I got was I'm not setting myself. Okay. That makes sense. So... damage on hit ability also needs to take, as well as taking the targets, it needs to take a character, which is myself. This dot myself equals myself. Then we can make this private actually, which is quite nice. I should have just renamed it at the first bit. Whatever. That's fine. And then here, we need to pass ourselves into this ability as well. You see? And now, it should get rid of these errors. Come on. You can do it, game. There we go. We're back where we were. While that might not seem impressive, it is pretty good, because now, if we want healing, all we have to do is create another ability. Which we can call... Well, I guess the first question would be, is there anything in damage on hit ability that we would want in a heal on hit ability? I think there might be. For example, targets. We don't want healing potions to heal the enemies, right? 2 viewers. That's pretty good for a streamer. I'm just sitting around coding. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. However, I'll be back briefly. Very briefly. And then we'll continue pondering. Okay, I am back. Still not feeling great. Still a bit unwell, but that's okay. Right, where were we? Where were we? Oh, I was making healing abilities, right? I was pondering. If you have an on hit, are you always going to want a list of targets? Probably, because there's probably never going to be an on hit effect that you want to apply to everything, right? Is there? Maybe there would be. But then you could just have everything as the targets. So, okay. We're gonna... Let's move that over there. We're gonna move the targets into the ability. Into the on-hit ability, rather. And then... That's fine. Then we can move that out into there. And then we can do base targets. I think that's right. Yeah. Always get a bit weird with my inheritance constructors, but that is correct. And then we can move this into it as well. So what we should actually do is yeah. We can move this. Do we actually need to care about it into that? Because that'll be common. Hey, Felix. That'll be common across all on-hit abilities, right? Every ability that hits something will want to check if who it's hitting is a target. Is the game done? Yeah! It certainly is. If you can call it done. And then here, instead of overriding activate, which is already getting done here. Why is that complaining? Oh, right. Right. Yeah. I would like a protected virtual void. Would I? On collision. Sure. And that's going to pass the game object target as well. And then this stuff. Actually, let's make that abstract. Then this guy is actually going to override on collision. What's that bitching about? Oh, I made it public. There we go. So now, here, we just need to call on collision target. And now we have abstracted out all the stuff we don't care about. And yeah, everything's cool. So, to make a new ability, which we'll call heal on hit ability. Now, arguably, you could use the damage on hit, and you could just set the damage to be -1. But I think it's better to have a heal on hit one. Because you might want special effects for damaging and healing, which would be different. Or something like that. We'll keep the debugging. And this time we want to do plus equals myself dot damage. Now, arguably, we might not want to use damage, which is why we might want them to be in the ability themselves, as opposed to just using the base damage from the characters. So here we might want, like, maybe you would have it on the character. We've got damage. You could have healing, maybe, possibly. That'd be alright. For now it'll do. We'll figure out if we want to change that later. You could use damage, but I think it's better to have a separate one. The question is, where do we want those separate ones to be? For now, that's fine. We'll get rid of this debug line. We know it's working now. Or we suspect it's working. So now we can create another unit that can heal people. So, let's just make sure everything's still working now that we've made those changes. Yep, everything's fine. So now we can also create a... In fact, let's duplicate the enemy, right? But instead of it being an enemy, we're going to call this healing body. And this, instead of using the enemy script, we will... Get out of here, enemy script. We'll create a new script. Let's move that to its own class. So we have enemy. Let's create another one. Another character. Called healing item. Or just healing. It might not even be an item. And its tag is going to be healing. Means we need to create a new tag. I wonder if there's a nice programmatic way I can do this. We could probably use enums or something. So, healing is not going to have a damage on hit. It's going to have a heal on hit. And it's going to heal the player. And... we also want the healing thing to disappear, right? When it's done. So let's create another. This is going to be a bit easier. We're going to create another on-hit ability, but it's just going to be die on hit. And on collision, all we're going to do is destroy this .game object. So our heal on hit is also going to have this on hit abilities, add new die on hit ability, this player, because we only want to die when we touch the player. Let me just rename this Die on hit ability. Yeah. Let's put him in his own thing. And then here, our healing wants to use the healing, right? Yeah. And he's going to have 1 health, 1 max health. His damage is going to be 0, but his healing is going to be 5. I've realized there's a bug in there somewhere that's going to cause a problem, but I'm going to leave it in just so I can show you. So, if we then put a healing body, I guess we have one. If we move that to be further up, and we'll make it be green. Green seems reasonable for a healing item, right? We'll move that up just so it takes time to interact with us. There we go. Now, is this going to work first time? I predict no, but it's going to be interesting. This is going to fall. So at the start, we have 5 health. Now we have 2 health. And we are waiting on this guy hitting us, who should heal us by 5. So how much health will we have when he hits us? Place your bet now. How much health will we have when that green thing hits us? It heals us for 5. We've got a maximum of 5. And we've got 2 currently. Felix says 7. Cal says 5. I think Felix is correct. 7. Because in my healing, what I didn't say was after we've healed, if character info dot health, this might not be the best way to do it, but it'll do, is greater than character info dot max health. In fact, I can just do math dot min character info dot health character info dot max health, and then character info dot health equals. So that's going to say our health is either our health, but if our health is greater than our max health, it's going to give us our max health. That's what this min function does. It gives whichever of these is the lowest. So now it should work. However, there was another issue there. If we go through it again. Look. He didn't disappear. Like the sneaky bastard that he is, he didn't disappear. So why is that? The answer to that is, I don't know. So we'll need to look into that. But now, if we run it again, we should have 5 at the end. So let's run it again. Make sure that worked. So that's working fine. I don't damage him, that's correct, Cal. But because I created my new ability, right? Where is it? Die on hit. This. Oh, that's why. So when this die on hit ability triggers, it's supposed to destroy us. But I actually told it to destroy the ability. I didn't have the myself in there, which means it was just destroying the ability itself. So if I add .myself, which is a reference to the character who has the ability, it should destroy the character who has the ability now. And the character who has the ability is the green square. So it should destroy the green square when we collide. I really hope that's what the issue was. I think it is. Let's see. This time the green square should disappear. Brilliant. So now we have healing items. And thanks to the method we've set this up, we can also make any character be a healing item. We can make any character be a bullet. We could even make a character who heals enemies but damages allies, or heals allies but damages enemies, or damages both. You know, because of the way we've set this up with these abilities, we can do all sorts of stuff. Most of our bullets will probably die on hit, but some of them might not. Some of them might bounce off on hit, you know? Because we've got this pseudo-physics involved, we could have it so that instead of dying on hit, sometimes they multiply on hit, or stuff like that. So we can do all sorts of stuff. And yeah, it's taken us, what, 2.5 hours to get to this point? But it's made it really flexible. And whenever we want to add a new type of ability that we can apply to anyone, or anything, we just have to create another one of these. And this is what I mean by I wanted to spend time creating a framework for this stuff, so that we could then exploit that framework to do some pretty cool stuff later on. It is pretty neat, isn't it? We'll see. And then what we can do is when we create a character, we can have it randomly assign the character a bunch of these. And we'll be able to create random characters who have random abilities. Well, this game isn't weird yet, but using this functionality, we could make a very weird game. Exactly. We're making sensible functionality that we can then turn into a weird game. So, what else does a character need to do? We've got our on-hit abilities sorted. We need other abilities, right? So we need move abilities. So we need abilities that move the player. So jumping, moving, I don't know what else there'd be. Jumping and moving. Is that all there'd be? Flying, that's a good one. Flying's a good one. Wonder how fly ability would work. I guess it would always exert the opposite of gravity on the player. Yeah, we could do a flying ability. Yeah, we totally could. So let's do that next. First, we're gonna do the same thing we did with these. We're gonna make one ability, and we're not going to make the ability class. So originally we just did on hit in the character, right? We actually did it in the player. That was the first place we did it. We'll do the same thing, and then we'll pull it out into these nice classes. The best way to do it. You implement it in one specific concrete example, and then you pull it out so that it can be used by everyone. So that's what we'll do. We'll make it so the character can move. That's the first thing we'll do. So to make the character move, to make the player move, one viewer. That can't be right. There's 3 of you commenting. Maybe there is only one viewer. I don't think so, though. The YouTube views is weird lately. It's very weird lately. I'm not sure what's up with it. There's a lot of weird stuff happening with YouTube lately. I don't even look at the views, though. It's been a while. I used to have the views up on the screen when I was streaming, but it just becomes too annoying. You focus on it too much, you know? You sat there watching it, and then your views go down, and you're like, oh, man. And then they go up, and you're like, yes. But it influences your stream. So I just don't have it anymore. Makes life much less stressful. So I don't really care how many viewers there are. Right, moving. That means we need... Well, here's the thing, right? For movement, there's going to be two different types of movement, aren't there? There's going to be the player controlling the movement, and there's going to be the computer controlling the movement. So that's another thing we need to think about. And you know what's great about these abilities? We can add them in-game. So we could have an on-hit ability. We could do something really cool. Say we had an invincible ability. We could have a character who, when you touch them, you become invincible. So we can make power-ups like that as well. Do you know Minecraft? Yeah, I know Minecraft. I used to play it quite a lot. I used to have my own server. About... what? 6-7 years ago? Can we download this game after this alpha will be done? I think we're nowhere near that point, but I'll try and make it downloadable, yeah. I haven't even thought about that yet. But there's no reason why I couldn't shove it online. Right, movement. Two different types of movement. How are we going to deal with that? I'm going to actually go back to Notepad for a sec. Let's get rid of all this stuff for now. Use Mega. Oh, I could use Mega. I'd probably use GitHub, maybe. Then I could put the code up there as well. People could mess with the code. I don't really like putting my code online, but because I'm streaming all this code anyway, maybe I could. The one thing I'm going to have problems with... is the graphics. Because I can't do graphics to save my life. Maybe I'll try and stream doing the graphics as well. That'd be fun. Open up Photoshop. Right. So, movement. We have two types. We have player movement and AI movement. But we need both of them to have the same core functionality, right? We don't want to change the functionality, we just want to change what's influencing the functionality. So, player presses, let's say D, move right. But AI decides to move right. Move right. So we need to take this common functionality and then have a way of passing in this. Right? So how can we do that? That's the real question. So what we're going to do, we're going to do exactly what we did last time. Right. Because I don't use Unity much, we're going to have to figure out how we get player input in Unity. Player input Unity. Will we use E and Q buttons for shoot or fly? I assume you mean or fly? We'll make it customizable. We'll make it so that you can choose which buttons you use. Not sure what the defaults will be. So, input. Okay. We're going to start with the most basic example. Input dot get key down returns if the key is down. Okay. get key down. We're going to start with D because that's what we started with, right? So this will tell us. Hang on, let me press F12 on this. Aha, there's key codes. Perfect. We'll go with those. It's much cleaner. Key code dot D. Var D is pressed. This is a super messy way of doing it, but I don't know why I keep saying this. We're starting with messy ways, getting them working, and then tidying them up. That's how I like to program. Some people would sit there and think about it for like half an hour and then do the perfect way. But I prefer to get it working and then tidy it up. Because you get inspired by getting it working, you know? So if D is pressed, this dot game object dot... How do I... Okay. Var my transform equals this dot get component transform. The transform is what stores our position. Then we can say if D is pressed, my transform dot x dot position. Yeah, okay. Plus equals vector2 dot right times time dot delta time. That's very important, is the times time dot delta time. Operator plus equals is ambiguous on operands of type vector3. Oh, that's a vector3. Okay. There we go. So that should be all we need, right? So now if I... Will we use any textures? Ideally, in the future, we'll use sprites, right? But I'm not very good at drawing sprites, so they might look a bit weird. For now, we're just using circles. But we'll worry about the graphics once we have the gameplay sorted. I like to get the gameplay sorted, then worry about the graphics. So everything is going to be circles and squares for now. In fact, I should really make everything be circles. I mean, you know, potentially, if people did want to design graphics, that'd be alright. There'd have to be certain requirements for it, so we'd have to think about it. Right, so if I start this, and then I press D... I mean, it's not ideal, right? But we can move. There's no denying we can move. It's a good start. It is a good start. So instead of get key down, I want get key so that we can hold it. So now, is player anchored? Now we can move right by holding D. That's alright. Can we move faster? Well, exactly. So now, let's make our characters also have public int speed. And then in the player, we can times it by speed, and then times it by time delta time. So now, if we go here, we can go to the player, and we can say his speed is... Let's make it 10. And then we can have abilities. We can have an ability slow on hit. So when an enemy hits you, you slow down. And that would just be super simple to make. So, that's pretty cool. Let's say var A is pressed equals input dot get key code dot A if A is pressed and we want this to be vector3 dot left. You suggested 10, nice. So now, we can go left and right. Brilliant! See? We're already halfway there. Left and right is all we want for now. I'm not going to do up and down. Now we're at the point where we can simplify it. So, what we actually want is... See, we're duplicating code here. So let's create a void move function which takes a vector3 direction. And it does this. But it does direction times speed. This is going to be super helpful when it comes to doing the AI controlled. So now we can say move vector3 right, move vector3 left. And that should work exactly the same. Yeah. And then, you know what, let's add up and down, just because now it's really easy. We can also just change this to is pressed, and then just use is pressed here as well. We can just override it. There we go. And then we can just do this. Is pressed W up. And then S down. And now we should have full movement. Brilliant. That'll do for now. So, that's pretty simple. So we've got movement. How is the enemy going to move? Well, let's move into the character so that the enemy can access it. Let's make that protected. Alright, so that's all the same. Now if we go to the enemy, we want to say so the enemy now needs public player. He needs to know where to go, right? So we can say if this dot player, well, bar player pause equals this dot player dot transform dot position. If this dot player dot if player pause dot x is less than this dot transform this dot transform dot position dot x. So if the player is to the left of us, we want to move vector3 right. What's that complaining about? Vector3 does not contain a definition for right. Yeah, it does. Alright. Using... what is that? Unity engine. There we go. And then we want to say if the player position is greater than our position. Actually, no. If it's less, we want to move left, right? There we go. And let's do up and down as well. So if their y is less, and if their y is greater. If their y is greater, they want to move down. Y is less, they want to move up, right? No, that's actually the wrong way around. Okay, so now the enemy should chase us. But he's still got gravity turned on, so he's going to act a bit weird. Or he's not going to act at all because he's still got gravity turned on. So let's turn his gravity off. To do that, we just get rid of rigid body. Is he going to chase us? No. Why isn't he going to chase us? I know why. Does anyone have any ideas why he's not chasing us? Why is he not moving? Anyone? The answer is actually on the screen. I'll just tell you. We didn't give him a speed. If I set this to 1... Can you modify that in real time? Maybe not. Let's set it to 1. He's lazy. Maybe that is it. Please work. He's still not chasing us. Son of a... Why is he still not chasing us? Oh, we've got an error. Ah, okay. Turns out I didn't know why. Although the speed would have made a difference. Remember, I told the enemy he needed to know where the player was. I didn't actually set his player, see? I need to say, by the way, the player is this guy. So that he knows that we are the player. So now he's got a speed of 1. He should slowly chase us. Very slowly. But he's not killing himself anymore. Why is that? Why is he not killing himself anymore? He should be, right? He has a collider. Let's have a look. The player can damage an enemy. Why, oh why? I think I know why. Do I know why? No, I don't think I do know why. It should be activating. Let's add some debugging. For the damage on hit ability, it should be logging. I just got hit by whoever we got hit by, right? So we can check the logs. We should be getting a log message saying, I just got hit by whatever. Oh, I see it. Do I see it? If you look, why have they got a Z-axis? That should be 0 for everything. Zero, 0, 0. See, the Z-axis might have been what was screwing it up. Because you've got X and you've got Y, but then you have Z, which is... but then again, it's 2D. It shouldn't. Ha 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 ha! You're trying to create a mono behavior using the new keyword. I mean, that's true. I am. Can I just stop that being a mono behavior? Is that going to make everything fall apart? This dot myself dot game object dot. Okay. Okay. We need to give characters a method. Public void kill me. And then that does destroy this. And for good measure, it does destroy this dot game object. It doesn't in the other order. And then here we want to say this dot, no, just yeah, this dot myself dot kill me. And where was our enemy? We can also say if this health is less than 0, this dot kill me. Now arguably we can move this check into the character, because if any character's got less than 0 health we want him to die. But I'm not going to just yet. Did that get rid of all my errors? No. If anything, it broke it more. But why? Why? Object not set to an instance. On hit abilities, add. Okay. Did I not? I think I'm getting to where the issue is. On start. Character. Yeah. This dot on hit abilities equals new list of on hit abilities. So that's definitely where some of our enemies were. Some of our problems were. That should get rid of a bunch of these. Okay. That's sort of good, in a way. Did that really get rid of them all? Hey, my little music stopped. That means we've been going for 3 hours. So, why is this guy not colliding? The other guy was, because he destroyed. Is it because of the rigid body? Shouldn't be. We've got colliders on both of these. It shouldn't matter if you have a rigid body or not. Let's debug.log. I just hit plus collision dot game object dot tag. Right, let's see if it actually is colliding. Bear with me. This dot game object dot tag plus just hit. We need more information than it was giving us. Healing just hit the enemy. Enemy hit healing. Healing hit player. Player hit healing. Enemy never hit player. Okay, it has to be to do with rigid body. On collision, unity, no rigid body. Okay. Let's change all these to triggers. And then in here, instead of on collision enter, we want on trigger enter. Maybe that's it. Wait. The message parameter has to be of type collider. Okay. That might actually be really useful. No? We'll get there, don't you worry. Changed it to if hurt by contains collider tag to make it work. So this is this is what we care about, right? The collisions. So every time that Unity yeah, I know I changed that. I think this is a different problem. So before we had physics affecting everything, right? We had rigid body on everything, which means if it has rigid body, then it has physics. We actually want to remove the rigid body because we don't want the physics anymore because we're adding our own movement. So with that in mind, the thing is the collision detection system only works if you have rigid body turned on. So you know what? There's an easier way. Let's give them their rigid bodies back. and make it kinematic. Yeah, that will work. Give him his rigid body, make it kinematic. Bye, Felix. You enjoy your sleep. Add a rigid body, make it kinematic. Okay, this time it should work. No? It's not even registering the collision. The enemy has a box. What's happened to my collision? It should be logging it here. Like if we go... Here's a good test. If we go up here, if we chase the green dot, who's not... The green dot is not moving anymore, but we should be able to run into him. No? What have I broken? It was all working fine until I... turned off rigid bodies. That dynamic stuff doesn't seem to be helping. So let's keep them dynamic. And let's just see if it works with them all dynamic. Then we know what the issue is, right? And then we can gradually change things. Oh no! I forgot he's not meant to have a rigid body. Our player fell as well. Okay. We're never getting on collision enter 2D. Otherwise it would be doing this. And there's nothing in our console, which means nothing's breaking. It's just a logical error somewhere. But where? But where, but where, but where? Let's see. I'm going to go back to the documentation. Unity on collision enter 2D not triggering. On collision is only called when one of the colliders has a rigid body. That's fine. This is the worst thing when something just stops working, you know? The enemy is a character which we know, because otherwise he wouldn't be moving. Can I still control the character? Yes, and he still comes towards us. You saw the red guy come towards us, so that's definitely working. The player is all set up correctly. So we know movement's working, which is good. It's just somehow, in the process, we've broken collisions. The only other thing I did was I made our on-hit ability not be a mono behavior anymore. But that shouldn't matter. I think I know what the answer might be. If I go back to player, did I not? No, I removed all that. Okay, I don't know what the issue is. Let's start where we mean to go on. Let's clear everything up. Okay, player has damage on hit. He damages the enemy. We know that because that's what he has. But the problem is not that. The problem is that in character, as soon as we collide with anything, literally anything, this should be called. And the first thing it should do is log, send a message to our console saying, I just hit this. And that's the first thing it should do. So for some reason, it's not calling that collision. And the question is, why? He has a collider. He has a collider. He's a trigger. There you go. You see when I went through and made them all triggers and I didn't turn it off again? It's always a small thing. It's always a small thing. Now it should work. There we go. I turned them into triggers for that one test. Oh, praise Jesus. Okay. So, glad we figured that out. I still don't want them to be affected by physics. So, if I make him static, is that still going to work? We're only going to change one thing at a time here. He's chasing us. But we're not getting the event anymore. Okay. I mean, I guess I could... What? Give it 0 mass? If I give it 0 mass, this is totally not the way we want to do it. You can't give it 0 mass. There has to be a way, right? Collision, detection, unity, no physics. Any two objects with colliders will automatically behave themselves as expected, rigid body or no rigid body. I don't believe that's true. Any object that should be able to detect collisions should be a rigid object, and the is kinematic checkbox should be checked to turn off the physics. But that's what we tried, right? We tried the is kinematic. We definitely tried the is kinematic. And it didn't work. Is Google lying to us? Yeah. You need to use triggers. God damn it, that's what we tried initially. Okay. Unity, triggers. 2D. How do triggers work? On trigger, enter 2D. Okay. Right, first things first. Let's not make the same mistake as last time. Let's put everything back how it was. Actually. I do feel like we don't need these rigid bodies, and using triggers is going to be the key. Welcome back. Using triggers is going to be the key. But for now, let's just make him a trigger. So, this wants to be on trigger enter 2D. And it takes a collision 2D. Collider 2D? Okay. Maybe this will work? Come on. I believe in you. I believe in you on trigger. No? No? But the Unity page itself told me. On trigger enter 2D. Sent when another object enters a trigger collider attached to this object. Wait. Do we need to combine the two? Do I need to make him kinematic? We're gonna get there. Yes! So, we need them to be triggers and have kinematic bodies. We got there in the end. Right. Now this should finally work. And then we should be able to go up here. And what's our health at? 2. We should be able to pick up our health blob and be at 5 again. Finally! That was a bit painful, but it was also a big improvement because it means we don't need the physics engine anymore. And I don't want the physics engine for this game. I do not want it. It's a nice little thing to play with if you're doing a physics-based game. But we're not doing a physics-based game. So we don't need the physics engine. Unless we add an ability called Interact with Physics, which might be a cool little way to make the game more weird. Later on. Have a gun that when it hits you, you react to physics from then on. Wouldn't that be interesting? Anyway, we were doing movement. So, let's get back into it. We had player and enemy. Right? Player and enemy. See, they're very similar. The only difference is the condition for when they're doing these things. So, I think we want a new type of ability. We don't want them to be on-hit abilities, but we're not going to worry about what kind of ability we want them to be. We're just going to create one, which is going to be called public class move ability. Let me look at our other ability for inspiration. Okay. This is going to have... It's going to take a character who is the target. Actually, character is going to be myself. I liked that, myself. Private character myself. This dot myself equals myself. Right, so now our ability has access to whoever has the ability. And then we're going to have public void. What did I call it? Activate. No, that was on collision. So, okay. So the move ability is going to be something that is done when the player inputs something. Or the enemy inputs something. So maybe these should be public class active ability. Right? And they have on activate. Active ability. I think that's the key. The question is, how do we then get the user input into here? Because for move, we want to be able to do any of these. Because here we're really just going to be doing this dot myself dot move. Except it's private. So we're actually going to take move out of character. Because not all characters can move. And we're going to put it inside the move ability. This dot myself dot transform dot position plus equals this dot myself dot speed. There we go. So the question is, assuming here we want to say when it's activated, we move. How do we know which direction to pass it? For a given move ability. So what were our three abilities? Move, jump, and fly. Move, jump, and fly. Let's stick with move for now. We need a way of saying, for an active ability, we need a way of knowing which button it cares about and what it's going to do when that button is pressed. So key code button. right? So every active ability has to have something every active ability has to have a button to trigger it. Otherwise it's not an active ability, right? And then on activate, for now we're going to be really inefficient. And we are going to say key code pressed, right? So, because we're inheriting from active ability, we need to say base button. And then on activate takes key code pressed. And we can say if this button equals pressed, that needs to be protected. If this button is pressed, then move we're getting closer. So this is a move ability, right? I think we might want to go even deeper. We might want a move left ability, a move right ability. Imagine a gun that stopped you being able to move left for 5 seconds. Imagine a healing item that healed you, but randomly picked a direction that you were not allowed to move after you used it for a given duration. By instead of just having the move ability and having move left, move right, move up, move down abilities, we can start doing all sorts of crazy stuff. Oh yes. So, a move ability, if this button is pressed, is going to... Let's say we have a protected abstract. In fact, I'm going to make the move ability abstract as well. Protected abstract void move me. Right? And then we'll have move in there. Right, let's move all these out. I'm using the word move a lot, but what can I say? It's a relevant word. Let's move that out. Let's move that out. Now, all we need to do is say public class move right ability is a move ability. And then we want to say move me is just this dot... Wait, that needs to be protected. This dot myself... actually, no. No. That doesn't need to be protected. That can be private, which is good. We don't want to expose it if we don't need to. All we're doing here is doing this dot move me. No, this dot... Oh no, I was muted. Oh, that's a shame. Oh no. Hopefully I haven't been muted for too long. Okay. Let's see, what have I said? I said a bunch of stuff about how we need to optimize the code to make it more efficient later on, but we're not going to worry about that right now. And then I was debating whether active abilities, whether they should be at the character level or whether they should be at the player level. Because active abilities are like when you press a button, something happens, right? So I was debating, logically, when you press a button, you want something to happen to the player. But then I thought, maybe not. I thought maybe you could do some really cool stuff if the enemies and the bullets and the health potions, etc., can all react depending on what buttons you press. You could do something cool like every time you fire a shot, the health item runs away from you. Or every time you jump, something else happens. Or bullets, when you move, they move a little bit towards you as well. So by making it so that any character can have abilities that trigger when we press a button, we could do all sorts of stuff. We could make it so that there's a special type of like bomb that you can drop that when you press a certain button it explodes. So you could drop mines, because then you wouldn't be controlling the player anymore, it'd be its own separate entity. So you could have one button for dropping a bomb and then another button for blowing it up. So by making every character have active abilities, I think we really open the scope of what we can do. So, and then we can make it so that because movement is going to be, we'll have like a non-active ability as well. So we've got our input movement, which is active. We'll also have non-active ones where it tracks a player, like tracking movement. That'll be a separate ability. What would the downside be for having it be there, even if you don't use it for a few characters? If you don't use it for anyone, it's just a confusion, right? It's just slightly inefficient code, which you're supposed to try and avoid. But if we use it for, like, if we only used it for the enemy, we would only put it in the enemy. If we only used it for the player, we would only put it in the player. But if we're using it for more than one, we would put it at the character level. Because that way, we don't need to duplicate all this code. So it's just good to think about this stuff. Otherwise, you can end up with classes that become absolutely huge because you've put everything in there that anyone might possibly use at any time. And it can make it a lot more complicated to read. And when you make a change, it can affect a lot more stuff than you expected it to. Yeah, I think it should definitely be in the character section. Because we can use it for stuff like exploding bullets, where you fire a bullet and then you press fire again and the bullet explodes. Stuff like that. Right. So, we've got our list of active abilities. So we want... I thought I moved update into character. I guess I didn't. So on update, we're going to move if health is less than 0, kill me, down into here. Oops. We could also have things like where you get cursed and it makes it so that your bullets, instead of having damage on hit, have heal on hit instead. So that when you shoot the enemies, it heals them. for like, you could have it so it curses you so that comes on like every 5 seconds for a second. Stuff like that. You can get really interesting with it. So in update, we want to say, how are we going to do this? What options do we have for input? Can we get a list of all the keys that are down? So that's what we really want. Let's see. Unity, get all keys down. This will be a common problem. Way to get all keys down. You could write a loop for going through each character. That's not what I want. There should be a way to say, give me every single key that is down. There has to be a way. Can you say Callum Bradbury is the best YouTuber in Russian? Yeah, of course you can. So what I mean is, you see here, when we were doing this, we were saying input, get key, W, which tells us, is the W key pressed? Now what I want is something like input.get all pressed keys that would return a list of all the keys that are pressed. Instead of having to say, is this key down? Is this key down? Is this key down? Is this key down? You know? It's going to be a massive pain in the butt. I would rather have it just tell me, here's every key that's down. But it's not really playing ball. But there has to be a way. There has to be a way. It's like the most common thing ever. You can get any key down, which tells you if any key is down, but that's not what we're after. We're after literally every single key which is held down. I guess it won't tell us. You know what? For now, we'll make do. I'll figure it out later. I guess for now we can do something a little bit messy, but it's okay. I'll tidy it up later. Private list, key code, keys to check. This keys to check equals new list, and then we'll say this keys to check, add key code A. See, this is just not a nice way of doing it. AWS D. Let's add space. Let's add Q. Let's add E. Not ideal, right? But I guess it'll do the job. And then we can say for each key in keys to check, if input dot get key then for each var ability in this dot on this dot active abilities ability dot on activate key. Super inefficient. It's not efficient in the slightest. But what that will do is it'll say if any of these keys are pressed, tell all of the active abilities that that key is pressed. And then the ability itself will say do I care about that key? If I do, I'll do that. In fact, we can move this into here, right? Yeah. Public void activate key code pressed, and then if it's activated, we can get rid of that, and we can say just on activate, and this will simplify matters. It'll save us having to rewrite a bunch of code. So because this guy knows which key activates him, when we get a pressed button, he says, is that the one that activates me? If it is, I'm going to activate myself. Again, it's super not clean, but it'll do the job. And then we can get rid of that. And there we go. So that should just be activate. And that can be protected because it doesn't need to be seen outside of the class. And there we have it. So now we can say we can get rid of this. Nice. And then we can say this dot on. Wait, did I not make that protected? No, that's public. This dot active abilities, add new move ability. And the move ability takes myself, which is this. It also takes a key code. So let's say D and vector3 dot write. And what's that complaining about? Complaining because I made that abstract. There we go. So that's really cool. So if I go back to our enemy, I'm just going to comment out these lines for now. The enemy's not going to be able to move anymore because we're halfway through fixing this. But now we should be able to move right when we press D. Right? Okay. Where's our... Wait, no, I didn't save that. Maybe that's it. There we go. We can move right when we press D. The thing is, you have to make sure you save the file, otherwise it doesn't work. So we can move right when we press D. Brilliant. Then, we just need to do this 4 more times. A, W, S. S is going to be up. W is going to be down. I know that's backwards, but that's just how video game development tends to work. And now we should have our controls back. And we do. No, wait. Yeah, we do. That actually isn't backwards. Is that because I fixed it in the move? No. Anyway, that's working fine now. And now what we can do, let's say we said, okay, we don't want to be the player. We want to be the enemy. The associated script cannot be loaded. Did I not save something? Oh, I need to get rid of this update function. Otherwise it's overriding the other one. I think. It's fine. Right, now we should be controlling the enemy. Please be controlling the enemy. Yeah, see? Brilliant. So now we could easily have it so that you can possess an enemy. Wouldn't that be brilliant? Now we could have a bullet that when you fire it, possesses the enemy and makes it so you control them. Oh yes! We're moving up in the world. So that's pretty nice. But now we need the enemy movement. As fun as it is controlling the enemy, we could also, if we really wanted to, control the healing item. And now, really? Oh, the healing item's got a speed of 0. If I set the healing item's speed to be 5, right? Or do you have to restart after you modify that? Or does the healing item have its own update function? Yeah, we don't need this anymore, right? Because this is already true for every object. That's good, even though it's a little awkward. We're cleaning up the code, we're deleting stuff. That's why it's good that I randomly decided to test the healing item. Now with a healing item. Brilliant. So we can come all the way down here and we can heal the player. Done. So now theoretically we can control any object just by choosing who has these active abilities. And we can even put it on both. So now we control the healing item and the player. Look at that. Oh yes. Because they've got different speeds, we should be able to catch him. Come back. Oh yes. Brilliant. Okay, let's make it so we're only controlling the player again. As fun as that was. So, next up is the enemy. We need something to let the enemy move. And that's not an active ability, but it's not an on-hit ability, so it has to be something else. What kind of ability is that? Let's call it a... What would we call it? What kind of ability is it? It's something... What kind of ability is it? We've got on hit. We've got active. We also have like persistent. Is it a persistent ability? I think it might be. So let's make another class. Persistent ability. And these are going to always be running. So they would need... Yeah, exactly. A constant ability, right? I like that. It's better than persistent. Let's call it... update. And that should be all that needs. Then we also want... Actually, maybe it should be... Maybe I'm thinking about it wrong. Maybe we want like a targeted ability? Or maybe a targeted constant ability. Maybe I am thinking about it right. A targeted constant ability. And that will be a constant ability. And these will have a character who is the target. We might want to make that multiple targets. But for now, we'll just say a single target until we need more than one. And should we? No. A list of characters. Who are the targets? And let's say public targeted constant ability. And that takes a list of characters who are the targets. This dot targets equals targets. Okay. And then public override void update. We want to, for each target in targets, no, let's do a single target for now. I know I'm going back and forth on that, but that's because I keep debating the complexity of it. I think we'll make multiple abilities. One for multiple targets, one for a single target. So for our update, we will... What will we do in our update? It depends, right? It depends. So let's say we have a protected, abstract, void. We'll call this activate, and it will take a character who is the target. We also need character myself. I mean, we might not, but again, we can tidy this up later. This dot myself equals myself. Update is going to just call activate with the target. That's going to be protected. And then that should be enough. Arguably, I don't really need this. No, we'll keep it. You never know. So now, this is going to be where our shooting is as well, right? We're going to constantly be shooting, theoretically. Now, we can... Where is it? Targeted, constant. So now we want a public class. Let's call this move to player... No, move to target ability. And that is a targeted constant ability. And move to target ability takes a character, myself. It takes a character, target. It passes them both to the base. And then it doesn't really do anything itself. The only thing it cares about itself is what happens when it's activated. And when it's activated, we want to do this, right? We want to... You know, in hindsight, where's that move ability? In hindsight, I think I want character. So earlier we took the move ability out of the character, right? And we put it into there. The actual move code. I think I want to put it back in here. And it will have a direction. Yeah, there we go. Now that it's back in there, in our move ability, we can just do this dot myself dot move in the direction. That keeps that nice and simple. And in here, we can do... Let's go back to enemy. We've got this, right? we can technically do this, right? Where we say if this, then this, if this, then this, if this, then this, if this, then this. Which is alright. We could also, I really hope this works, I hope I remember my math correctly. I think we can do target dot transform dot position minus myself dot target, no, transform dot position var diff equals, and then we do diff dot normalize yeah, and then we can do myself dot move diff dot normalized. There we go. And what that does is, I really hope that works. It might make us run away from him. I might have got these back to front, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Now, let's move this to its own file. If we go to the enemy, we can get rid of all this. And we can say this dot everything is going to be able to move. No, only things that we assign that ability to. So the medkit won't be able to, unless we give it that ability to follow the player. But anything we assign that ability to can either, because we've got these two abilities, we can either have it... I should actually change this to be called, like... It should be called move active ability. So anything can theoretically move. Exactly, everything can maybe move. We have the option, just by adding this ability. Just like how anything can heal, or anything can damage, anything can move, theoretically. So, we give this guy... Well, actually, let's go back to character. We need to add another list, right? Public list of constant ability. Constant abilities. And shoot will be another one of these, right? Like, shoot will be another targeted ability. But as well as giving it the target, we'll also give it the ammo type and the speed at which it can shoot. Unless that information is stored within the character. It depends. We might want it to be stored in the weapon. We'll need to make a new weapon type as well. Unless weapon is a character. But I think weapon might be the one thing that isn't a character. Because you'll want different reload times, etc. Yeah, we'll think about that once we get onto weapons. But for now, we have constant abilities. We need to say this dot constant abilities equals new list of abilities. And then in update, as well as doing all this, we just want to say for each var ability in this dot constant abilities, ability dot update. There we go. So now if we go to the enemy, we should be able to say this dot constant abilities add new, what did we call it? Move to target ability. And that takes itself. It also takes a target. And the target is the player. And there we go. Now, if we start, theoretically, I'm just going to make sure I do a save all. Theoretically, what's this complaining about? A meta detail exists, but its asset movability can't be found. Yeah, whatever. He should chase us. And he does. Brilliant. And then we can say... What about if we want to make the healing item chase us? The healing item would need to know who the player was. And then, here it comes. It's coming to heal us. It's saying, don't you worry, I will heal you. Done. And then heal damages, but that's fine. Already 4 hours of thinking. Yeah, but it's been productive, right? Productive 4 hours. At first, everyone was like, oh, make the interesting stuff. Make the interesting stuff. But you know what? I think now we are making the interesting stuff, right? Cal says, this is amazing. It's getting there. Just you wait until we start making bullets. That's when it's going to become amazing. And you know what's great about the way we've done that? I will tell you. What if we wanted to make it so that the player, instead of being controlled with WASD, was controlled by the mouse? Well, wouldn't actually be that hard. All we would have to do... in fact, let's do that. It'd be a constant ability. It would be a move to target ability. Would it? No. It would be another constant ability. And we might want that because we might want bullets that follow the mouse, right? If you're moving with WASD and then you fire, you could have the bullets follow the mouse. So let's make one of those. That might be cool. Public class. Move to... Let's call it cursor. Constant ability. And this should be much easier to do. It still needs to know about myself. So public move to cursor. Character myself. This dot myself equals myself. Private character myself. But then in the update, all we need to do is, can we get the input dot Unity, you better tell us some nice mouse information, like mouse position. Mouse position, brilliant. Got the input mouse position. We get moved to target. We take this. But instead of a target, we're just using the mouse position, right? Done. So now, if we go to the player, and we say, you know what? I'd actually like this control mechanism. Actually, no, let's do it for the healing item. Let's keep the player as he is. Let's do it for the healing. Healing, instead of following the player, you're going to move to cursor. There we go. Will it work? First time. Let's find out. Hey, where is he? What's he doing up here? What's he doing? He's gone crazy. What have I done wrong in move to cursor? We're getting the mouse position, we're taking our position off it, and then we're normalizing it, and we're moving to it. You know what I think it is? I bet that's backwards. Or I bet I need to convert it into screen coordinates, in which case it might actually be a little bit more of a hassle. You gave him free will. Yeah. It did seem that way, didn't it? He was like, I know you want me to run over here, but I got my own rules. Right, let's see what he does. Come on, little buddy. He's moving left or right based on whether I do this, which isn't strictly what I want. You see that? Move right, move left. Move right, move left. Somehow I've really broken his mind. But why? I didn't do something weird like he's still got 2 movement things, does he? Move to cursor. That's all he's got. Hang on, let me check. Input. Unity mouse position. You've got an idea when the game starts. The current mouse position. Oh, I think I understand. I think I understand. Yeah. I need to tweak it just a little. It was doing literally the mouse position on the screen. It wasn't doing the mouse position in the world. Does it have to finish its movement before it gets a new command? No, it's getting a new command every frame. The problem was... where's my move? Where's my mouse move? Where's my mouse move? Am I blind? Aha! I need to do this. Hang on. Got an idea. When the game starts, heal needs 20 seconds to spawn, but enemy needs 10 seconds to spawn. Good or bad idea? Well, we're going to make a spawn ability. So we could make it so that enemies spawn enemies. So we need to do this, right? We need to say, where is the mouse actually in relation to the game? And then we need to do ray.transform.position. Is that right? Hey! Maybe that's not right. Turns a ray going from the camera through a screen point. Yeah, exactly. Shoot. How do I do this? Because this is going to be really useful. It's going to let us have bullets that follow the mouse. Which would be really nice, right? Aha, okay. Yeah, I got it. It's kind of weird. But what that's doing is it's getting the mouse position. And then it's saying, okay, that's where the mouse is on the screen, but where is it in the world? And I believe that will fix it. With a lot of these things, it's just finding out which bit of the code you're missing. I mean, that sort of worked in a weird way. Not really. No, that's totally not what I want. Screen space. I guess I don't want screen space, right? I don't want viewpoint space. I want Unity screen space to world space. That's what I want. Screen to world point. Okay. We're getting there. Screen to world point. Step by step. I think this is the one. He's allegedly still there. We just can't see him on our screen. Why is that? Let me pause. Why is his Z gone to -10? His Z is going to -10 whenever he reaches us. Do you see that? We can see him until he reaches us. If... In fact, diff dot z equals 0. We always want the z to be 0. Always. Okay. This is going to be the one. Oh, yes. Oh. He beat me. So now we can do that for anything. We could have enemies that follow the mouse. We could have so that you can fire out little robots and they follow the mouse and then they fire at the enemies. We can do all sorts. And we can also just have it so that the player follows the mouse, if that's what people want as a control scheme. You know? Or we could have it so you use WASD for moving and the mouse for shooting. But then there could be like a type of enemy who, when he shoots you, suddenly the mouse becomes controls and WASD becomes shooting. Oh, wouldn't that be weird? Like an enemy that when he hits you with a bullet, it switches movement and shooting between keyboard and mouse. Oh, that'd be mental. And it would also be totally doable, very easily, with this little system we've got going on. So, what's next? We've got movement. We've got damage. We've got healing. What's next? I feel like it has to be shooting, right? It has to be shooting. I feel like shooting is the obvious choice. Shooting's actually going to be an interesting one, though. It means we need to think about how shooting's going to work. Cowback says, you could have small circles that are the colour of an enemy, and when you get it, you get a version of their power. Sorry. Well, yeah, exactly, right? You could... Yeah, exactly. Like, when you kill... Maybe, like, when you kill a certain amount of a certain enemy, it drops a little object that is one of their abilities. And then you get that ability. And then you could have it so you can customize it and you can swap out all the different abilities that you've got. That you've collected over time. So, each time you kill an enemy, you maybe get, like, one ability that their bullets had. And then maybe there could be like a special weaponsmith entity, and when you find him and touch him, you can modify your bullets, and then you could take the enemy's bullets and put them into your bullets, and you could design your own bullets, design your own weapons, design your own little allies who followed you around. There's loads of stuff you could do with this. This is why I'm really happy with this. There's loads of stuff you could do with it. Will the bullets be coloured? I don't know. That's pushing it a bit. Coloured bullets. Now we're just getting crazy. But remember, the bullets are going to be characters. So you could even have a gun that shoots allies, but then there could be like a curse on it where like 1 in every 100 shots it'll fire out an enemy instead. That'd be quite cool. I know what kind of ability I want next. We've got constant abilities. I want temporary abilities. I want an ability that will only last a certain amount of seconds. So you could have like an invulnerability ability. And stuff like that. And then, yeah, that'd be nice. That's what I want. Because bullets are going to be temporary abilities, right? They're going to have a temporary ability on them that kills them after a certain amount of time. so that they only have a certain range. Although that would really be a certain amount of distance, so yeah, that would be an interesting one. That'd be quite nice though, because we could have an ability that was like kill you after you've gone a certain distance, and that'd be on the bullets, and that'd be how we'd do range. But then you could have a weapon that killed like an enemy that fired a bullet at you, and when it hit you, you died if you'd moved a certain distance within a certain amount of time. So when they shot you, you'd have to stand still for like 5 seconds, otherwise you die. Or take damage. That would be cool. Like an ability where every time you move, you take damage. Maybe that's how we'll do range. Every time you move, you take damage. And we can calculate the range based on how much health they've got. And health can be range. That'd be quite good. How do you have so many good ideas? I don't even know if they're good ideas, let's be honest. They're just things we could potentially do with this system. If they are good ideas, that's really good. But then you could also have a healing one, right? You could have one that heals you when you move. And then you could have little med bots on the enemy team who can fire little healing pellets at the enemies. You could do all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I don't know if they're good ideas or not. They're just stuff that's possible. So yeah, timed abilities, that's what I want. We've got constant abilities. Let's make timed abilities. I think they'll be really useful. Timed ability. And a timed ability has to have a duration, right? And current time. In fact, let's call that the max duration. And then timed ability, we need to pass in the max duration. And we need to say the max duration equals max duration. And the current time equals max duration. And then it also needs a public void update method where we do this dot max duration minus equals time dot delta time, and this dot current time, no wait, this dot current time minus equals time dot delta time. And then we'll have two overrides. So protected abstract void on update, and we'll have protected abstract void on complete. Actually, I'm going to make these virtual. Difference between virtual and abstract is virtual, you don't have to implement it in the other ones. So for example, in character, actually, a good example is in constant ability, update is an abstract, right? We haven't said what update does. We've just said you have to have an update method if you're a constant ability. You have to have one. So when we look at move active ability, right? No, move target ability. He overrides activate because he has to have one. You couldn't make a targeted constant ability without providing an activate function. You just couldn't do it. But if we do virtual, that means it's optional to provide it. So here we're saying if this dot current time is less than or equal to 0, I want you to do this on complete. Otherwise, and then I really want it to kill itself. It needs to take the player, right? Character myself. Private character myself. This dot myself equals myself. When it reaches 0, we want to call is complete, and then we want to say this dot myself dot timed abilities, which we haven't created yet. Remove this. So once we've completed, we're going to remove ourselves from the character. So then the character needs a public list of timed ability. And this dot timed abilities equals new list timed ability. Cool. So then return. And also, when the time isn't 0, we want to do update. So what that means is we can use this for multiple things. We can either use it for something like when we only care about the complete, we can say after 5 seconds, do this. Or we can say every single frame for the next 5 seconds, do this. So we could have an ability that, let's say, randomly moved you in a direction every frame. Just to mess with your controls just a little bit. And it does it every single frame. Or you could say you want an ability where when the timer runs out, you die. But you could also have one where it said, when the timer runs out, you die. But then in update, it could say, don't worry. If you can get yourself up to full health or something, anything, right? If you can do something, then we won't make this complete happen. So we could do something like that. So we could do like, if you manage to kill an enemy before the timer runs out, you don't take any damage. But if you don't kill an enemy before the timer runs out, you take damage. We could do stuff like that. By having these two components to it, we can have an update that does something every frame, whether it's checking something or it's actually doing something, like a poison, and then at the end of the poison, you get healed. So it takes away your health, but then it gives you it back. So you could have like a really powerful heal, but it takes away a little bit of health for 5 seconds, and then it gives you a massive heal. So it's like, you want the heal, but it's still going to hurt you. Or you could have one that gives you a massive heal initially, but then poisons you a little bit over time. So that if you need a lot of health right now, you can grab it, but it's actually going to drain more health than it gave you initially. So it's like getting a loan and having to pay interest on that loan, but it's for health, you know? Stuff like that, you know? Stuff that could be really interesting. Like, it gives you 10 health, but then over the next minute, it'll drain 20 health. That might be really nice. So I think I actually want to add another one here, which is protected virtual void on start. For stuff like that. And if current time equals max duration, this dot on start. I actually probably don't want to do that because you might be able to get another power-up that makes all of your temporary power-ups have all their duration back or something like that. How much time do we have? How do you mean? What do you mean? How long am I going to be streaming? The answer to that is probably for the next 7 hours. But I'll be right back. You know what's great about this? If we really, really, really wanted to, and we were really far down the line, and we were wanting to add even more stuff, we could theoretically add a second player. Just by adding a new type of control. A new type of control ability. And if we added a new type of control ability that got the controls from over the network, you could then start doing really crazy stuff, like let the person who joined control anything, right? The person who entered could just pick an object and say, I want to control this. It'd apply the effect to it, and they could control literally anything. So you could do some really cool stuff. Obviously, that would be way down the line, because you'd have to add networking and stuff, but conceptually, you could do all that kind of stuff very easily with this framework. So, where were we? I got myself all hyped up over something. You are a genius. Well, you know, I don't like to brag. But I do come up with some pretty good ideas. The problem is I never have the attention span to pull them off. I always try and make games in my own time. But then I always want to stream games as well. I always want to play games. So I thought if I stream making a game, maybe it'll motivate me to finish it, you know? So far so good. We've actually accomplished a lot so far today. And we've still got a long way to go. However, I've forgotten what we were doing. Oh, we were doing timed abilities, right? We were doing timed abilities. I'm actually going to change this. This is usually not a good way of doing things, but I'm going to do it this way. Because it's going to save us headaches later. First frame. If first frame equals false. It's not the nicest way to do these kind of things. But the issue with doing it the other way we did it, where we said if current time equals max duration, the problem with doing that is, like I said, I might want another ability that refreshes all of your timed abilities and sets them back to full. And then you would get the on start event multiple times, and we don't want that. So this is the way to do it. Return. So that's cool. Now, I wanted timed abilities so that I could create an ability that would kill us, right? And that's what we were going to use for range. So public class die after duration ability. Not the best name, but it'll do. Actually, die over time ability. Not just die after duration. We'll do it die over time. That way you can do some really cool stuff. Where you have bullets that every time they hit an enemy, their lifespan increases. So the more enemies you can hit with a bullet, the longer it'll keep going. You could do some really cool stuff like that. So you can have a really short range weapon, but if it hits an enemy, it suddenly becomes long range. So that is a timed ability. Ooh. We don't want to override these. We just want to override on update. And in that, die over time. Why is that insisting? Oh, right. Public die over time ability. Character myself. We need to pass in myself to the base class. What's that complaining about? Oh, it needs a time as well. Okay. Duration. We actually also need another variable in here. We need private float. I'm going to call this the tick rate, which is a weird thing to say, but it will make sense. So the problem we have currently is the effect of on update is going to happen every single frame, which means it's frame limited, right? So if you had a faster frame rate, it would happen more often. And that's the problem that they had in Fallout 76, where if you increased your frame rate, you could run a lot faster than everyone else could. So we don't want it to be like if you have 120 FPS, you're taking double the poison damage of someone who has 60 FPS. So what we need to do is we need to say what do we need to say? We're not going to pass this in. Not yet. We're just going to have a default, which is 0.1f, which is 10 times a second. That seems reasonable. So, what's the best way to do that? What we'll do is we'll have another one private float next tick. And we'll say this dot next tick equals 0.1f. Actually equals tick rate. Right? So every 0.1 seconds, we're going to do whatever this update says. So here, we can't just say, do it every single update, because that's going to be crazy. What we actually need to do is say this dot next tick minus equals time dot delta time. And then we need to say if next tick is less than 0, do that. And then do next tick plus equals tick rate. In fact, we're going to make that wow next tick is less than 0. Less than or equal to. So that's a bit harder to understand than most of the stuff that I've been talking about. If you want an explanation, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to gloss over it. It makes sense. But it is kind of complex, and I understand that. So if you do want an explanation, let me know. So now, if I go to die over time, on update, just needs to do... It takes myself, duration. What we can do is we can say, Calback says, I gave up on understanding this a while ago. Well, if you have any questions, just ask, man. I'm happy to explain stuff. I quite like explaining stuff. If there's anything that you would actually like to understand, then I'm happy to explain it. I'm sure other people will be wondering as well, so, you know, don't hesitate to ask. I consider myself quite good at teaching this stuff, as long as people are asking questions. But otherwise, just sit back and bask in the randomness, I guess. So each time we update, we need to... Well, let's think about this. This is die over time, right? So we have a duration, we have a tick rate. First thing we need to do is private float damage per tick. Damage per tick equals... Actually, not damage per tick. Let's call this max tick count. So this is how many times it's going to tick over until we're complete. So max tick count equals duration divided by tick rate, right? Actually, I'm just gonna do this inside here. We might as well. So we know the max duration, we know the tick rate, so we can say this dot max tick count equals max duration divided by tick rate. So if the duration is 1 second, the tick rate is 0.1, our max tick count is 10. Brilliant. So it's going to trigger 10 times. But I want that to be protected, so that anyone who is a timed ability can actually access this, but no one else can. So when we update, we want to say Health per tick equals this dot myself. Myself needs to be protected as well. This dot myself dot max health divided by this dot max tick count. So that's cool. That means if we have 100 health and it's going to do 10 ticks and we want it to kill us, then it has to take off 10 health per tick. So then we can do... Actually, I'm going to... Private float health per tick. And then we'll put this in the constructor so that we only do it once. It'll be a little bit more efficient. And then in the update, we just do this dot myself dot health minus health per tick. And now we've made poison, basically. I am actually going to make health a float. I'm going to make all these floats. Just because it means we can use decimals. And it means it won't get any dividing errors. Really, it should be a decimal. Whatever, it's fine. So now we've essentially made a poison ability that will guarantee your death after whatever you've put in as the duration. So let's test that. Let's see if that's actually true. So, if we go to the player... No, actually, let's do it on the enemy. The player doesn't deserve to die. Let's do this dot... timed abilities, add new die over time ability. And that takes this and a duration. So let's say he dies after 10 seconds. That's reasonable. Actually, let's make it 2. So that we don't have to wait to see if it works. And... yeah, let's see what happens. God, this guy following the mouse is actually really annoying. He didn't die. What's his health at? Felix just woke up. He had a bad nightmare. Is that right? That's definitely unfortunate. His health is still 1. Why is his health still 1? I'll tell you why his health is still 1. Because we created the timed abilities, but we never told it to activate them. Can't sleep, don't worry. Use my soothing voice to help you to sleep. People do that quite a lot. Right, now it'll work. Maybe. Did his health not go down? His health did go down, but it didn't kill him. Why didn't it kill him? It almost killed him. Why didn't it? Is the game done? Hey, it's getting there. We've made a lot of progress since you went off to bed. The reason it didn't kill him is if I go back to timed ability, we're not doing this for every frame. On the first frame, we're not doing it. On the last frame, we're not doing it. So I think we do still need to add multiplayer capabilities. Technically, we have multiplayer capabilities, right? If one person uses the keyboard and one person uses the mouse, done. But true networked multiplayer, that would be the end goal. That's a long way off. So the issue is, on the first frame, I don't want it to do the update. On the last frame, I don't want it to do the update. So max tick count is actually that -1. Yeah, now it'll work. I believe. Now he will die after 2 seconds. Oh, he's so close to death. Look at that. That's the problem with floats. You see his health. His health is so ridiculously small. Problem with a float is it's got a little bit of leeway. Got a little bit of leeway in what it does. Yeah, sod it. I'm going to make it -2. We can call that a bug that will get fixed later. For now, it'll mostly do the job. It'll kill him after 2 seconds. It'll never reach his on-complete state, but that's okay. This little healing potion's quite nice, actually. How he follows the mouse. Kind of addictive. Anyway. I'm actually not happy with leaving this as it is. I'm just gonna do some debugging. Debug log max duration plus max duration. Debug log tick rate plus tick rate. Debug log max tick count plus max tick count. I just want to get all this information. Yeah, try to sleep again, Felix. You know, it's for the best. And then in die over time, I want to do debug log this dot myself dot health. We're just going to get some information out so that we can see what's going on. Current health. What's that bitching about? Debug does not contain a definition for lock. Yeah, it does. Look, we used it right here. Oh, I see. using Unity engine. And then I want to debug log health per tick. I just want to check these calculations, make sure they make sense. Right, let's see what information it gives us. Okay, so max duration is 2, tick rate is 0.1, and it's going to tick 18 times. And it's going to take off 0.555556 per tick. So it goes down, 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 all the way down. And then it kills itself. So theoretically, based on this, according to that, theoretically, we can just make this minus equal to 1. But I don't believe it's going to work. I think he's going to stay alive. I believe he will stay alive. You see? He's a sneaky bastard. He only died when he hit us. So, we'll just leave that as minus equal to 2 for now. Whatever. It's good enough. It does the job, right? That's something we can look to improve later. It's good to have those. It's good to have goals. But, now that we have die over time, we can use that to make bullets. So, to make bullets, it's actually going to be really easy. Potentially. All we need to do is create a new type of character. Public class bullet. A bullet needs... Let's set up some stuff about a bullet. Just a basic bullet. I feel like I might get rid of these tags, but I also feel like they're pretty useful. Right. First things first. We need to add a tag called bullet. We probably will get rid of these tags later. They're not the best way of doing things. But they're useful for now, that's for sure. And we want to say that an enemy actually, I don't know if we do need a bullet tag. Okay. We want the bullet to hurt the enemy. We want the bullet to do just 1 damage. It can go 10. And new die over time ability. This, and the bullet is going to last for 5 seconds. What would happen if 2 bullets hit each other? Nothing, because they're not designed to interact with each other, right? But theoretically, we could make them do all sorts of stuff. We could make it so that you had a really slow bullet, like you had a really, really powerful slow bullet, but every time you shot it with another bullet, it sped it up. You could do something like that. So, you know, we can do all sorts of crazy things. Because we can have, as well as damage on hit, we could have, when you get hit, instead of damaging the enemy, if you get hit by a bullet, speed up. So you can do all sorts of crazy things when two bullets hit each other. They have health, so wouldn't they hurt each other? No, because our damage on a hit ability is only hurting the enemies. We could make them hurt each other by adding bullet. But we don't want them to, right? We just want them to hurt the enemies. It does raise some interesting points, though. Because if the enemies start shooting bullets, we might want a special type of bullet that can hurt enemy bullets. Or turn them around and make them friendly bullets. Wouldn't that be something special? Like Neo in the Matrix, right? We could do something like that. Where it stops the bullets, makes them friendly, and then fires them back where they came from. So that's mostly it. The only other thing, for now, we need to make a special bullet move function, a special bullet move ability that will fire the bullets and tell them where to go. But for now, we're just going to tell the bullets to chase the enemy. Just to test them out. Constant abilities, add new move to target ability. This, myself. No, wait, just this. And target. And this guy will have a public character called target. And for now, just because we're testing, I'm just going to do a bunch of stuff here. Public enemy. So, we need another active ability. Which is going to be the public class. Let's just call it the shoot ability. And this is going to be an active ability. So, public shoot ability needs to take a key code. Press me. That's the bullet that we use for shooting. Base takes press me. So that it goes all the way up here, down to here. And then on activate, we actually need, for now, because we're keeping this simple, let's, well, we definitely need to take in character myself. This dot myself equals myself. Character myself. And then on activate, we want to... Okay, next question that I need to Google. Unity, create game object. Let's see what Unity says. Instantiate. Okay. Public game object enemy, instantiate enemy. Makes a copy of an existing object. Okay. So what we can do is here... What's this complaining about? Oh, right, brilliant. We can move, we can get rid of that, and we can pass that into there. Is that still complaining? No, that's all fine. Okay, so what we can do is... create a new object. Called bullet for now. Now can I think I can take him out of here, right, to become a prefab. Let's add a new folder. Can I add a new folder? Called prefabs. We're going to put bullet in there, but first we're going to give him whatever everyone else has. They have colliders, scripts, and rigid bodies. Okay. You're going to have a rigid body, which is kinematic. You're also going to have a... let's just do a circle collider. And be a trigger. And you're going to have a script called... hang on, let's put this in its own. And let's put this in its own. Let's save all. And then should appear here, bullet. Yep. And then we can give him the bullet script. And the bullet needs a target for now. I'm just going to keep this super simple. The target is going to be the enemy. That's no big deal. And then we want to make that a prefab. There we go. Player has access to the enemy, right? Yeah. Let's remove this. Now we've just got our bullet off screen, so that's fine. Bullet is going to have... what did I say? 5 max health, speed of 10, damage of 1. And then... so the player is going to have our new ability, which is the shoot ability. And the shoot ability needs to take how should we do this? How should we do shooting? Okay. Let's rename this to shoot at cursor. Shoot at cursor ability. So it shoots wherever your mouse is. I think that's fair. Just for a first pass. That way, I don't think the player does need to know about the enemy. Which is good, because the player shouldn't need to know about the enemy. The bullets might need to know about all the enemies if they're going to home in on them. But shoot at cursor is fine. So when the button is pressed, we are going to instantiate You woke up again. Yeah, you've gone crazy. Is it instantiate? Yeah. Why is it complaining about instantiate? Why is it complaining about instantiate? Because this has to be a mono behavior. Good. Instantiate. And then we need game object bullet type. And then we can say instantiate bullet type and that'll return as our bullet. And so the player needs game object, let's say bullet type. Again, we'll tidy this up later. I just want to get something working. Then we'll figure out how to improve it. You think you can't sleep now? That's unfortunate. So the player can now have a bullet type, which is going to be this bullet, just for now. We'll make this all nice and tweakable later, but for now this is okay. And then we want this dot active abilities, add new shoot at cursor ability. Shoot at cursor takes a key code dot space and it takes itself, which is important because we need to know where the player is when we shoot. But it also needs, let's make that private, and it's actually going to be a character type, right? No, it's not. It's going to be a game object. For now. Bullet type. I just want to get something working for now. You You're just watching my stream now. Yeah, that's fair. So we have our bullet. We then want to var bullet car equals bullet dot get component character. Actually, get component bullet. And then, where's our bullet? We want to set the target on the bullet. Wait, no, the bullet shouldn't have a target, right? Move to target. No. Shoot at cursor. Then we need another move. As well as move to target, we need move in direction ability. It's going to be basically the same. Except it's not going to update every frame. And move in direction, instead of taking a character as a target, is going to take a direction. Which means it's not a targeted constant ability, it's just a constant ability. Which means it just wants update instead of activate, so that's fine. And instead of the target position, private vector3 direction, this dot direction equals direction. What's this complaining about? Constant ability does not take an argument. That's fine. Private character myself. This dot myself equals myself. There's so much scope for tidying these things up later. Once we get shooting working, we'll spend some time tidying things up, I think. Although that might not be the most exciting stuff. Anyway, we just want to move in our direction. So then, now we've got move to target, we can say the bullet has, no wait, not move to target. Now we have move in direction. Whew, we're doing a whole lot of stuff at once to get this bullet working. It's probably not the wisest idea. The bullet is going to have a move in direction ability. And the direction is going to be actually, the bullet is not going to specify that. The player is going to specify that. It's going to make life much easier. Or rather, the shoot at cursor ability is. He needs to take bullet type. Shoot at cursor. This is going to be brilliant. We want to do bullet char dot constant abilities, add move in direction ability. We'll pass in bullet char. And then We just need to pass in the direction. And we know how to get the direction because we already have moved to cursor, right? So we literally just want this. Maybe with this. So we're getting the screen to world point. We are... Okay. var mouse pause equals... Let's simplify this to make it easier to read. It's a bit crazy right now. In fact, let's close all these. We don't need two sets open anymore. Oh, that's better. Doesn't that feel freeing? Okay, mouse pause. Then diff is mouse pause minus bullet char dot transform dot pause. And then we're passing in diff. And that, theoretically... Do I need to provide a location as to where I'm instantiating this? Yes. Okay. And a rotation, theoretically. Ew. Oh no, we can provide a... we don't want to provide a parent. Okay. That's fine though. All we need to do... Where is it? Shoot at cursor. We have myself, so we can say we're creating it at my position and my rotation. So whichever way we're facing and whichever way we're rotating, it's gonna... Yeah, wherever we are and however we rotate it, it's going to create it. Shouldn't make too much difference as we're using circles, but it might do if we change them into actual graphics. So that's probably a good idea. And I think that's it. I think that's it. That was a lot for us to do without testing anything. Let's see where it falls apart. It is going to fall apart. The question is, where is it going to fall apart? Right there. Okay. Shoot at cursor requires a bullet type. That's fair. That's totally fair. Okay. Where is it going to fall apart now? Will we be able to shoot? It's creating the bullets. You can see it's creating bullets. Do you know what the problem is? I never gave the bullet a sprite. I never gave the bullet a sprite. What would that go under? You know what, let's go crazy. Let's give it a particle system. Sure. Let's see what that does. Okay, in hindsight, that was a bad idea. Let's not give it a particle system. Ooh. Let's give it... Where the hell do I just find a sprite? Ha 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 ha. Image. Here. You can be another circle, but you can be... Okay. I require your input again. What colour should the bullet be? I know it's not the most exciting of input, but it seems to be what you like contributing to. What colour should the bullet be? Nice, simple question. We've got a red enemy, a blue player, a green health item. Bullet's a tricky one. We're running out of colours. Maybe yellow. Maybe light blue. Cal says make it white. Deal. It's already white. That simplifies things. Okay. What's this complaining about? Start isn't getting called. Also, it's on negative 144 Z axis. Is it? Good call. Good call. I mean, it won't make a difference because when we create it, we give it a new position. And it goes exactly where the player is. But it's good to know anyway, you know? Bullet just hit bullet. Bullet just hit bullet. It's kinematic. It's a trigger. Let's see what happens. I don't think this is going to work, but let's see what happens. I mean, it's creating the bullets. Let's create a bunch of bullets and then pause. And see if we can find them. They don't have any active abilities. That's not right, is it? Oh no, that is right. They shouldn't have any active abilities. But they should have constant abilities. Because the player... No, the shoot at cursor is giving them a constant ability. If bullet char dot constant abilities equals null, this isn't ideal, but we're going to clean it up. Bullet char dot constant abilities equals new list of constant abilities. That is such a hacky way of doing it, but it's also what the problem was. One of the problems, anyway. I'm not sure why we still can't see the bullets. They're being created. They have their image. Why can't we see them? They're created. in the right location. They're not moving, which we'll figure out later. But why can't we even see them? That's the question. Why can't we see them? I guess the easy way to check is to manually create a bullet, right? Bullet, just hit bullet. Bullet, just hit bullet. You may want to switch the bullet shape since squares are enemies, circles are allies, so bullets should have their own classification. You know what? Fair enough. Let's make it a... We don't have any other shapes. We're all out of shapes. But now I'm going to keep them as circles because they are technically allies, right? The bullets are an ally. They are working for us. Think about it that way. Technically true. They are people. They're just people with a very limited set of behaviors. In the future, though, I would like to give them their own graphics and stuff. But for now, out of our control. Why? A, why is he not moving? Debug log moving to plus direction dot normalized. That will help. Also, now that we know collision's working, I can get rid of this debug log, which was spamming us. Now we should hopefully be able to see that they're at least trying to move. Ahaha! That looks suspiciously like that's the problem, right? Is it because I made him a mono behavior? We had that problem earlier, and I didn't actually need to make it a mono behavior. Oh, I did need to make it a mono behavior for the instantiate. God damn it. Okay, I didn't want to do this, but public void spawn at me game object type instantiate object type this dot transform dot, actually this might be a lot cleaner, this dot transform dot rotation. That might actually be really nice. We're going to make proper factories for creating all this stuff later, but for now, that might be really nice. Okay, so instead of doing instantiate, which we don't need to do anymore, do we even need bullet again after this? No, but that's fine. We're going to do this dot myself dot spawn at me. This dot bullet type. And we're getting there. Are they moving yet? I think they're moving. Right? If I check the console. Well, okay. No, they're not moving. They're just dying. At least we know their dying is working. That's definitely something. We know they're only living a certain amount of time. The question is, why aren't they moving? They're never even... So we know they're getting created. but they're never moving, which makes me think that this isn't actually adding the ability. So yeah, they should start moving as soon as they spawn. I think the problem is here, right? So start is done whenever an object gets created, but it's not done when the object gets created. It's actually done a little bit afterwards. So even though here we are telling it to create a bullet, it's not creating this list, and then I'm creating this list to add it. But then when it finally catches up to itself and goes, oh, I'm ready to start, it says I'm going to create a new list, and it's getting rid of the move thing that we put in there. So simple solution is, we're going to tidy this up, but if this constant abilities equals null, which means it hasn't been assigned yet, assign it. Now they'll move. I still don't know why they're not displaying, but now they will move. I can almost guarantee it. There they go. So they're definitely moving now. Now the only question is, why can't we see them? Look, you can see in the log, they're all moving in the direction that our mouse was when we fired. So, why can't we see them? Sprite renderer. Okay. I think I got it. Let's remove this image. And let's add a sprite renderer. And we'll give that the bullet. Yes! We're living the high life now. We're firing a bit fast. But you know what? This is what everyone came here to see, right? This is all the cool stuff people wanted right at the beginning. So now, they should kill the enemy, but we've got the enemy killing himself. So let's stop the enemy killing himself. He's no longer going to die over time, so now we have to kill him ourselves. A circle making more circles, that is exactly what you wanted. Yeah, exactly, right? Now we actually have to kill this guy. Done. Now, we still need to add a rate of fire so that we're not just spamming as many bullets as the game will let us create, because it's killing our frame rate. Look at that. However, that's also just down to the natural inefficiency of the game. Your energy in your whole house died for 5 seconds. Ah, so that's why you weren't here to answer the question. I thought you'd have been right up on it. I said, what colour should the bullets be? And you were silent. So, Cal Back got to answer, and they are white. That's pretty good, though. So now we can make the enemy shoot at us as well. But I think we should try and do something cool. Let's add a new ability. Where's a timed ability? No, it should be a on-hit ability. Public class. I want this to be a power-up for the player. But now I'm just going to call it upgrade bullet on hit ability. And what? Well, I should be back, but it looks like YouTube might be down.